The King's Avatar audiobook by Kevin Chapter 1121. The Troubled Lin Jingyan Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami to save or not to save, that was the question. Lin Jingyan was uncertain what to do in such a situation. Currently, Dark Thunder could easily run away, but Zhang Giles' dazzling 100 blossoms had been trapped in a corner and was doomed. However, was he alone enough to save dazzling 100 blossoms from the 4 members of Happy who had Yi Ziu in command? Lin Jingyan doubted it. Forget about me, you run first. In this crucial moment, it was Zhang Giles who made the decision for him. Steamed Bun was confused. How come he's like Misty Rain's little girls? Zhang Giles was enraged. How dare they mock his heroic and sacrificial act? He really is like them, Yi Ziu said. Die. Zhang Giles didn't know that some of what he had just said really had been a repeat of what Misty Rain's sisters had said, taking it as mockery from Yi Ziu and Steamed Bun, and wanted to risk it all in one final wave of attacks. But the 4, in addition to the attacks directed over from the Ghost King, instantly suppressed him. Rest in peace, Yi Ziu said as Zhang Giles' dazzling 100 blossoms was finally defeated. On the other side, Lin Jingyan had already ran for it with Zhang Giles' heroic decision. If they were both wiped up just now, Han Wenqing and the other 2 probably wouldn't have an easy time fighting once they came over. Yet now, he had managed to escape and could take this chance to recover a little. By the time the other 3 arrived, they would be fighting 4 on 4 and had a good chance of winning. The current Happy really didn't have a healer anymore, not even a cheerleader healer. Dark Thunder hurriedly ran for it, settling down to one side to eat and drink to recover while keeping an eye on the situation. After killing dazzling 100 blossoms, Happy didn't seem to have the intention to pursue him, turning back to the Ghost King. This Ghost King was immense in size, with curled horns protruding from its head and red eyes. It dealt physical damage with a rock-shattering swing of its claws, and magic damage with swift blasts of energy from its mouth. It was clearly a powerful foe. However, Happy clearly wasn't unfamiliar with this Ghost King anymore. They had figured out the Ghost King's strategy, to the point where Yi Ziu could use it as a summons. All the different monsters that the system controlled were nothing to pro players. After all, the online game was immensely popular amongst the general populace and tailored to normal players. No matter how hard it would get, it would be easy to adapt to for pros. Will they make it in time? Lin Jingyan's original worries returned. This wasn't a problem of if they could win or not, but if Tyranny's other players could arrive in time. Han Wenqing and the other 3 had gone in a completely opposing direction from Zhang Giles and Lin Jingyan in the very beginning. Then, the 3 had split up even further as they searched, so they were currently very far from one another. Looking at the Ghost King's health and then asking after the other 3's positions, Lin Jingyan found that they really might not make it in time. He had to do something. Lin Jingyan's Dark Thunder crept out again. If he faced them head-on, then he would lose for sure. However, if he stayed idle, that wouldn't be good either. He could only cautiously circle over. He had to find a way to do some damage, even if it meant directing a few attacks to himself. That would still help to lower their DPS. Dark Thunder came closer, and Happy's 4 ignored him. Currently, he was definitely within Dancing Rain's attack range at least, but Dancing Rain didn't even send a single missile towards him. Happy's 4 focused on attacking the Ghost King. Closer, even closer. He continued to creep closer until, finally, some of his skills were in range. Happy's 4 continued to ignore him. Lin Jingyan didn't have the time to spare for further consideration. He was already here, so he should at least try. Thus, Dark Thunder raised his hand and threw a brick, aiming at the back of Soft Mist's head. Soft Mist dodged to the side and the brick flew past. Lin Jingyan was about to follow up with a second attack to completely mess up Yi Ziu's rhythm, but then he saw his brick smash into the Ghost King. Lin Jingyan coughed blood. Bricks weren't the strongest skill, but this strike enlightened him to Yi Ziu's possible intentions. This guy. First he lured the Ghost King's attacks and dodged, resulting in the Ghost King's attacks hitting Zhang Jiao's dazzling 100 blossoms. Now he was baiting Lin Jingyan's attacks and then dodging, letting the attacks hit the Ghost King. Damn you! You think I'm your summon? After Lin Jingyan finished coughing blood, he still had to figure something out. Dark Thunder began to reposition himself as Lin Jingyan tried to find a position where Soft Mist wasn't directly between him and the Ghost King. Otherwise, if his attacks missed, they'd hit the Ghost King. However, Yi Ziu didn't give up either. Soft Mist followed Dark Thunder's movements, keeping him behind her. Lin Jingyan wanted to cry. He was circling around from some distance away. The radius of his circular path was so long while Soft Mist's was so short. He had to take several steps, but the other only needed one. He still hadn't managed to throw the other off after so long. Of course, Soft Mist wasn't Lin Jingyan's only possible target. Happy had 4. No matter who he attacked, it would be enough to cause chaos and pull down their DPS. However, the problem was that the only target Dark Thunder could reach right now was Soft Mist. Dancing Rain didn't need to close in to attack and stayed far away, sending missile after missile over. If Dark Thunder wanted to attack her, he would have to walk quite a bit to get there. Steamed Bun and Deception were currently behind the Ghost King. That meant that those two, the Ghost King and Soft Mist, stood in a straight line. Then when Yi Ziu repositioned himself, the two would cooperate. With that, they were constantly hidden behind the Ghost King. With Dark Thunder circling around, he didn't have an angle to attack. Even if he did, a brawler didn't have such a long attack range. What accurate calculations! Lin Jingyan felt pretty helpless and could only say something to try and distract them. Then Dark Thunder came closer. He could not come closer. At this distance, he was being completely suppressed. After getting closer, the radius of his path was much smaller. Lin Jingyan didn't believe that he couldn't succeed here. Turn, move. Dark Thunder's figure swerved, beginning to move around again. As expected, Soft Mist followed his rhythm, turning. No matter what, Soft Mist's circular path had a smaller radius than his, so keeping up was easy. However, could you be certain that this continuous circling wouldn't impact your DPS? This was the first problem Lin Jingyan threw at Happy. Logically speaking, at a pro level, maintaining DPS while moving about wasn't a problem. It wasn't hard to keep up. However, there was a second problem. This time, Dark Thunder didn't keep a set rhythm to his circling. Sometimes he'd go left, sometimes right, sometimes quickly, sometimes slow. This wasn't done randomly either. Lin Jingyan was keeping a close eye on Happy's attack rhythm and picking the most debilitating moments to move. This problem was much harder to solve. Happy's members had to keep a good grasp on their rhythm as well. Yi Ziu could probably do this, but Steamed Bun and Mo Fan couldn't always keep up under the changing rhythm, occasionally tripping up on their mechanics. Happy's DPS rhythm was finally being affected. To outsiders, all Lin Jingyan was doing was circling around. He wasn't attacking at all. Only other pro-level players with their experience would be able to understand the debilitating effect this had on Happy's attack rhythm. Looks like you're asking for it. With a yell, Soft Mist whirled around suddenly. Lin Jingyan's Dark Thunder hurriedly darted away like a rabbit, but then realized that Soft Mist was still attacking the Ghost King and hadn't pursued him at all. Tricked again. However, Lin Jingyan was in a good mood and wasn't frustrated at this at all, immediately darting back over. He still kept his distance, cautious. He didn't dare get too close. If he was really caught by the other, then that wouldn't spell anything good for him. Though it seemed like he was just circling around, this was quite a pain for Lin Jingyan as well. He had to observe the three's attack rhythm while keeping an eye on Dancing Rain in the distance. He had to disrupt Happy's attack rhythm while also carefully protecting himself. He didn't know how long he would be able to last. This wasn't an easy task. Why else would he wait for Zhang Jiao in the first place? He would deal with this alone if he could. He had waited because he knew that the risk was rather high. Now he had been forced to this point and carried out his task with 120%. Currently, it had some effect, but only a little. Happy's attack rhythm was only being weakened, but not completely disrupted. Under this sort of harassment, their DPS wouldn't be affected all that much. Lin Jingyan didn't know if it was enough. He was currently rapidly trying to come up with more ideas. You again! As he was deep in contemplation, a loud yell sounded beside his ear. Lin Jingyan, startled, darted away again subconsciously. But it turned out that Yi Ziyu was just bluffing. Soft Mist hadn't moved at all. Lin Jingyan didn't know if he should cry or laugh. Even he wasn't used to this sort of bluff. This was because pro matches didn't have voice, so there wouldn't be this sort of jump scare of a distraction. The effect of the same words sent into the chat was incomparable with a yell on voice. If it was just a message sent to the chat, Lin Jingyan would focus more on Soft Mist's movements instead of acting with what he heard and subconsciously running. Lin Jingyan, feeling rather helpless, once again had Dark Thunder run back over. Yet he hadn't even began circling when he saw Soft Mist's figure swerve to the side. Lin Jingyan was stunned for a moment. They weren't in line anymore. He could attack. He hadn't even gotten the chance to attack when a black shadow sped in front of him. Some sort of skill from the Ghost King had arrived. He hastily had Dark Thunder dodge, and when he raised his head again, another black fireball was heading his way. Was this a counterattack against him? Thinking this, Lin Jingyan once again dodged the fireball. When he looked up again, Soft Mist's spear had arrived. When he wasn't launching an attack, Yi Ziyu had erupted into meaningless yelling again and again. But when he was actually charging over, he was completely silent. Lin Jingyan didn't dare to face the other head-on and hurriedly retreated. This time, however, Soft Mist gave chase. As for the Ghost King, it changed targets and lumbered towards Dancing Rain. The aggro target switched. Lin Jingyan was shocked, only just realizing that Happy had been doing something more during their quiet de-sing. Chapter 11:22. One man can hold the past translator. Namiyami editor. Namiyami without an aggro-establishing skill like the Knights provoke. It was impossible to suddenly switch the target of the aggro. Even Ott required that certain conditions be met. Otherwise, if it were as simple as your damage surpassed mine, so the aggro immediately transferred, then two characters could simply take turns attacking and ping-pong the boss back and forth until it died. The aggro system wasn't designed so foolishly. To cause Ott, the aggro had to surpass a certain percentage. Because of this, the fact that Dancing Rain had managed to suddenly pull away the aggro meant that they had prepared for this long in advance. Dancing Rain was leading the boss away just like this, closely followed by Steamed Bun Invasion and Deception. Yet Lin Jingyan couldn't do a thing to stop them, because Yi Ziyu was right in front him. In Yi Ziyu's hands, Battle Mage Soft Mist definitely wasn't an opponent that Lin Jingyan could just easily blow past. In the blink of an eye, Ghost King and Happy's 3 players vanished into one of the tunnels, while Lin Jingyan's Dark Thunder continued to be beaten down by Soft Mist's chained attacks. For him, the important thing was to track where the Ghost King was being taken. But now, in order to accomplish that, he first had to defeat Yi Ziyu. For Lin Jingyan, this wasn't an entirely impossible task. After so many years in the professional scene, the two had met on the battlefield multiple times, and Lin Jingyan did have some victories. But every battle was extremely difficult. Although it was possible that he could defeat Yi Ziyu, he definitely couldn't just quickly kill him with a chaotic flurry of slashes. What's worse was that Yi Ziyu had the initiative right now, and Lin Jingyan was on the defensive. Lin Jingyan didn't think he had the ability to defeat Yi Ziyu in this current situation, Just continuing to defend would be difficult enough. No good would come from continuing this fight. Lin Jingyan understood this clearly. So the only thing he could do was to recklessly charge through Yi Ziu's blockade to see where Ghost King went. Just as he thought this, Yi Ziu suddenly stopped attacking. Soft Mist jumped back several times, retreating away. Lin Jingyan was surprised. As he watched, Yi Ziu controlled Soft Mist to stop right in the tunnel. The area where they had been fighting the Ghost King was a relatively wide and open space, like an underground tomb chamber. But this tunnel at the end of the chamber wasn't so wide. Seeing Soft Mist stand right at the entrance of the tunnel and completely blocking the way forward, one proverb flashed to the front of Lin Jingyan's mind. One man can hold the pass against 1,000 enemies. Heh. What now? Guess you can't pass. Yi Ziu said gleefully. Yi Ziu, you shameless bastard. From Dark Thunder's side came a somewhat distant shout. Yi Ziu, with all his experience, immediately knew that this was the sound of someone sitting next to the player yelling into the player's headset. Which pro player is such a sore loser? Yi Ziu asked. He could even distinguish the owner of the voice. It was Zhang Jiao. Zhang Jiao was already eliminated from this dungeon, but he still watched closely from Lin Jingyan's screen. Seeing this situation, he immediately knew that things were bad. Even if they waited for Han Wenqing and the others to arrive, and they were able to kill Yi Ziu with the advantage of numbers. After that, they had no idea where the Ghost King went, and they'd have to start their search all over again. Happy would probably have enough time to kill the Ghost King before they found them again. Zhang Jiao, this time, really became the screenwriter. Lin Jingyan tried to rush Yi Ziu a few times. Yi Ziu didn't try to compete with him, he just parked himself right in the tunnel and prevented him from passing. Every time the effort was fruitless, and Lin Jingyan's own health was almost depleted. Then Han Wenqing, Zhang Xinji, and Qin Mayan arrived. In a 4v1 the outcome was as expected. This time, Yi Ziu didn't continue to run. He blocked the tunnel with all of his life but was eventually pushed over. But now, where was the Ghost King? The four continued to run forward, but they very quickly arrived at another fork in the road, shattering their hearts. Give up. Yi Ziu sent a message to them in the global channel. As long as it wasn't over, tyranny would never give up. They split up to search, but in the end all they found was a system announcement. Team Deception successfully killed the Ghost King. The announcement was broadcast to the whole world. The players who were still online after seeing this announcement were in an uproar. Although they didn't earn the ability to participate in this bonus event, they at least knew that all of the participants were professional teams and players, including the 4 Heavenly Kings of Tyranny. They also didn't know what had happened in Ghost Lair. But in the end, the team that successfully killed the Ghost King was Deception's. Team Deception, wasn't that just Team Happy? Was Happy really this strong? Everyone was discussing this outcome. Of course, in the eyes of the ordinary players, a grassroots team like Happy was relatively weak. The fact that they had managed to vanquish Excellent Era was, after all, deemed a miracle. But after defeating Excellent Era, Happy was able to get another victory in this competition, beating even Tyranny. A miracle was called a miracle because it was extraordinary. Something that happened often couldn't be called a miracle. Happy defeated Excellent Era and now defeated Tyranny in this competition. And not just Tyranny, but also Wind Howl and Misty Rain and Royal Style. These teams couldn't be dismissed either. Everyone was mulling over the implications of this. Even the media reported on it. Over the summer break, there were no battles to be written about, so there were much fewer topics of interest. Weekly esports newspapers that relied primarily on news about the glory professional scene would shrink their publications during this time. But even now, everyone was still looking for stories to report on. The biggest news during the summer was news of transfers. Reporters would jump on this treasured news, reporting on completed transfers as well as the barest hints of rumors. But this sort of news wasn't enough to support the paper. After all, unlike the 10-per-week regularity of professional matches, news of transfers was spontaneous and sporadic. So the media looked to other places for news, and the in-game world of glory was a natural choice. The weekly esports newspapers would often have a section about the in-game gossip, and during a time where there weren't matches to report on, nor other interesting news, the in-game section expanded. The 11th server and the heavenly domain. With a few million players, there were countless topics of gossip springing up every day. As long as you had the patience, there was enough to report on. Even if the weekly newspaper was changed to daily, there was enough material. However, as a professional esports media outlet, Esports Home still hoped to find some high-end material. Pro players spending the summer break working or training in games certainly counted as high-end material. In past summers, there were plenty of pro players who had been discovered in-game, and the papers were as diligent in their reports as ever. And this year was even more exciting, especially with this summer's event. The pro players of the various teams all picked up their accounts and entered the game, which was a rare sight to be seen. Thus, this week's esports weekly papers of course focused on the performance of the pro players during the Ghost Parade event. The reporters swiped their account cards and entered glory, contacting the guilds or directly contacting the pro players and tracking their progress. And tonight, there was even an Easter egg unlocked. Suddenly 5 teams were thrust into direct competition, and the reporters anxiously waited outside for the outcome and to ask what happened. The one who finally killed Ghost King was happy. The reporters' professional intuition told them that there was a story behind this full of twists and turns, and they all grew excited. They paid attention to the 5 teams in the dungeon, and those that had the pro players added as friends could track the progress of the teams by seeing when these players went offline. Because the pro players immediately logged off upon exiting Ghost Lair, the reporters had no way of interviewing them in-game. Outside of the game, the most convenient was to use a chat method like QQ. All of these teams had dedicated reporters that followed them, and these reporters all had the QQs of the various players on the team. However, it was one thing to send a message on QQ, and it was another to see if the player was actually available and would reply. In the end, this was just an in-game event, not some explosive news, and there was still plenty of time before publication, so the reporters weren't anxious in waiting. If they could contact the player directly, then great. If not, they would find other avenues to get news. So very quickly, reporters discovered that Fang Rui had just made a new post on Weibo. This Weibo was sent from his phone, time-stamped after he had logged off from the Ghost Lair. Just 4 words in the post: "The weather has changed." And then, a sighing emoji. Below the post, a whole crowd of fans had gathered in the replies, but they weren't able to find too much to discuss. Just some comments like, "Fang Rui, make sure not to leave your clothes out in the rain," and such. But reporters were perceptive, and would certainly ponder over what they saw. Especially the reporters following Wind Howl. They lived in the same city as Fang Rui. Seeing this Weibo, those reporters quickly pulled up weather reports, only to find that the weather was stable, with clear skies and bright sunshine forecasted for the next several days. Even if it was some prediction made from analyzing the night sky, the reporters looked out their windows into the darkness, but there wasn't anything out of the ordinary. Then, looking at the sighing emoji, the reporters began to have a faint feeling of the meaning behind this post. The reporters patiently flipped through the comments on the post. There was a lot to look through. After all, Fang Rui was a star of a pro player and had many fans. Not long after it was posted, the comments and replies were already in the hundreds. This actually wasn't even as many as it could have been given the obscurity of this post. Many people didn't know what to say and just didn't reply. The reporters patiently flipped through. Since Fang Rui was a god of playing dirty, his fans were naturally fans of dirty playing as well. In the numerous strange replies, there were more than a few dirty and vulgar comments, which wasn't unexpected. But after flipping through several pages of comments, the reporters soon found another clue. One fan also seemed to have perceived that Fang Rui's mood was different from normal and posted an ordinary, "Fang Rui, what's wrong?" In the end, it was this comment that earned Fang Rui's reply. 5 words: "My love has been exhausted." The King's Avatar, Chapter 1123, 1124, Chapter 1123. Brawler and Thief Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami Cheng Xian, Esports Homes reporter in City N, was the team reporter for Team Wind Howl in the Glory scene. After seeing the comment, "My love has been exhausted," Cheng Xian felt even more shocked. She immediately checked several pages of comments and saw many puzzled reactions from fans. However, Fang Rui didn't further explain his comment. If his comment was related to glory, could he be planning on retiring? Cheng Xian jumped up in fright at this conjecture. Fang Rui had joined the alliance in Season 5. Many outstanding players had appeared that year, but because it happened to be after the influx of players from the Golden Generation in Season 4, Season 5 seemed weak in comparison. Among the pros that had been chosen for All-Stars apart from Fang Rui, there was one half to Void's famed Ghostblade duo, Wu Yus, and the current #1 Glory player, Zhou Zekai. These three had become famous during their early years too. They, along with the Golden Generation, were at the height of their careers. No matter what had happened with Fang Rui, he shouldn't be having any thoughts of retiring, no. Cheng Xian shook his head ferociously, getting rid of such a crazy thought. "My love has been exhausted." If this comment wasn't directed towards Glory, could it be towards his team or his personal life? Glory's pro players were all at the prime of their youths. Encountering love troubles wasn't anything too unexpected. Cheng Xian was familiar with Team Wind Howl, though. She had never heard of Fang Rui setting foot into a relationship. After getting rid of this thought, the only other possibility was the team. Fang Rui no longer loved his team. Was this a sign of his departure? Cheng Xian was surprised. As Wind Howl's team reporter, she knew more about the changes happening in the team than anyone else. Tang Hao's addition to the team and Zhao Yu's rise gave the team vitality and drive. However, as a professional, she could also see that Fang Rui's position had been weakened because of the changes to the team's strategies as a result of those two's playstyles. She had pointed this out in an article and had hoped for Wind Howl to make adjustments. But Wind Howl had started the season explosively and also collapsed explosively. This issue hadn't been properly taken care of. In the new season, Wind Howl had signed on new players. People paying attention to this issue were waiting to see what changes Wind Howl would make to their style next season. They most likely hadn't thought that the resolution to this problem would actually be to let go of Fang Rui. If Fang Rui truly was unable to assimilate into the team, he could only accept this decision. But the problem was that, as Wind Howl's team reporter, Cheng Xian hadn't seen Wind Howl try to do this though. All she saw was Tang Hao and Zhao Yu showing off their playstyles without restraint, while Fang Rui worked tirelessly to chase after them. He failed to catch up, so he was being let go. If that was the case, Cheng Xian could completely sympathize with Fang Rui's "My love has been exhausted." Transfers were undoubtedly the highlights of the summer for reporters. A transfer for an all-star like Fang Rui was a highlight among highlights, so as soon as she realized this possibility, she definitely wasn't going to stay idle. But basing her news off of a few words on Weibo wasn't reliable. She needed to find more data. Cheng Xian tried sending Fang Rui a text but didn't get a response. After hesitating a bit, she took out her phone and gave a call. However, Fang Rui had turned his phone off. She couldn't get in touch with the person directly involved. Since relying on a few Weibo words to contact Wind Howl for an official response would be somewhat excessive, Cheng Xian continued to read the replies on Fang Rui's Weibo and pondered over what she should do. Suddenly, she realized that Fang Rui's Weibo had been posted after the Ghost Parade Easter egg event. This shouldn't be a coincidence. Perhaps something had happened during the course of this event that had affected him to the extent that he would post, "My love has been exhausted." If she could understand what had happened in this event, maybe she would be able to get some clues. Who to ask? Cheng Xian looked at her friends list on QQ. She was friends with practically everyone on Team Windhowl, but asking someone on Windhowl might end up being a situation where the person on the spot is baffled, while the spectator sees more clearly. What about the other teams? Cheng Xian thought to herself. Chu Yunxiu, Suma Cheng. Female pro players were in the minority, and it wasn't too different for Glory News reporters either. As rare species, she had a pretty good relationship with these two gods. These two just happened to participate in the Easter egg event too. Cheng Xian immediately messaged them. Chu Yunxiu seemed to be offline already though. As for Suma Cheng, she replied back promptly and explained what had happened in the Easter egg event. Because of their good relationship with each other, whenever Cheng Xian asked a question for more details, Suma Cheng didn't decline. When she heard about the direct confrontation between Happy and Wind Howl, Cheng Xian became excited. This time, she had indeed asked the right person. Cheng Xian didn't want to miss any of the details of this battle. Suma Cheng also knew that Cheng Xian was Wind Howl's team reporter, so she wasn't surprised. After Tang Hao's demon subduer was killed in the skirmish, they quickly retreated and then hid as they watched Misty Rain and Royal Style trap Wind Howl. The conflict between Zhao Yuge and Fang Rui had taken place after Demon Subduer died, after Happy had already retreated. As a result, Suma Cheng didn't know about it. But Suma Cheng still remembered Zhao Yuge charging at them solo during their retreat, as well as Fang Rui's doubtful demon being the only remaining member left. So Suma Cheng obviously talked about those. Cheng Xian hadn't directly heard what she had wanted to hear, but she was familiar with Team Wind Howl. The series of events, from Zhao Yuge pursuing Happy alone to Wind Howl stopping their pursuit to Fang Rui being the only survivor from the encirclement by Misty Rain and Royal Style, gave her a lot of clues. She was certain that something had happened between Fang Rui and Zhao Yuge, because she understood Wind Howl's players. If she had to comment on Zhao Yuge, to put it nicely, he showed a lot of initiative. To put it negatively, he was short-sighted. In that situation, he would choose to pursue the enemy, but Fang Rui, who was the master at playing dirty, would definitely err on the side of caution. Fang Rui also had a better understanding of Yi Ziu's skill. In that situation, he definitely wouldn't chase after the enemy rashly. Their captain, Tang Hao, wasn't there. Even though Fang Rui was Wind Howl's vice-captain, the number 2 because of his difference in ideology, Zhao Yuge, who aligned with Tang Hao's playstyle, didn't recognize Fang Rui's methods at all. Zhao Yuge disagreed with most of Fang Rui's orders and did as he pleased. Thus, it would be hard to avoid a conflict. And in this conflict, Tang Hao would most definitely favor Zhao Yuge. After all, their ideologies were similar. The long-time veteran Fang Rui was almost like an alien to them. Cheng Xian let out a deep sigh. She understood what Fang Rui meant by, "My love has been exhausted." Fang Rui had probably been trying to establish a connection with Tang Hao and Zhao Yuge the entire time, but he was never able to get a response. It was just like that phrase, "I treat you well, but you treat me with indifference." He hadn't only attempted it once or twice. Fang Rui was unable to synergize with Tang Hao or Zhao Yuge over the entire last season. Even after their defeat in the playoffs, Tang Hao and Zhao Yu still refused to make any changes. Maybe this was a form of perseverance, a form of confidence in their playstyles. However, Fang Rui had been hurt because of their persistence. Discouraged and downhearted, besides leaving, what other choice did he have? Club Wind Howl didn't seem to have any opinion on this matter. They remained indifferent. But in reality, in the clubs, the captain had authority on these issues. Tang Hao's position on this problem was equivalent to the club's positoin. Unfortunately, this was the outcome for Fang Rui. Tang Hao insisted on his intrinsic playstyle and didn't try to fit it with Fang Rui's playing dirty. Only Fang Rui tried his hardest to fit in with the team. However, the results were poor. His value could not be utilized optimally. The weather really has changed. Cheng Xian murmured to herself. Brawler and thief. Demon subduer and doubtful demon. After Fang Rui entered the team, Wind Howl had established this duo nicknamed the Criminal Partners, which had received quite a lot of attention. Even though they failed to make it into the finals, Wind Howl frequently made it to the playoffs. Their strength was not that of a bottom team, but now it was all over. Lin Jingyan had left. Fang Rui was about to leave. The thief class didn't seem to appeal to Tang Hao's tastes. Wind Howl probably wouldn't introduce a new thief player. Brawler and thief, the criminal partners, were going to fade away wordlessly just like this. Cheng Xian also didn't know. She didn't have first-hand knowledge from the people directly involved, but she was already saddened. Even though she knew that this choice would be favorable for Team Wind Howl's growth, the invested fans wouldn't react to this resolution rationally. The criminal partners were the symbol of Team Wind Howl's core, and now this partnership would be breaking off. It was as if 100 blossoms no longer had blood and blossoms, or void no longer had their dual ghost blades, or blue rain no longer their sword and curse. It would always feel strange. Why did it turn out like this? Cheng Xian didn't make any more inquiries about what else happened in Ghost Lair. She was already too lazy to write about this content. She believed that there would be many others who would write about that. Right now, she was only concerned about Team Wind Howl. She was already preparing to personally pay a visit and ask tomorrow morning. Who would have thought that the next morning, before Cheng Xian could even leave the door, she received a phone call about the huge news. Cheng Xian was stunned. She thought that Fang Rui leaving the team had happened overnight, but it turned out that it was news of Team Seaside's Zhao Yang retiring. Chapter 11:24. Weibo War Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami Zhao Yang was a pro player who had debuted in the 3rd season. He had been highly regarded upon his debut, but had lost to Wang Jixi for the season's title of Best Rookie. But he had still managed to be voted into the All-Stars for 7 years in succession, starting from the year of his debut. He was, unarguably, the #1 Chi master in glory. This glory belonged to Zhao Yang, but what stood out most about him was that he had managed to be voted into the All-Stars for 7 years, yet hadn't played in a single playoffs match in 7 years. Out of all the All-Stars, the only player that had never made it to the playoffs was Zhao Yang. 7 consecutive years of making it into All-Stars spoke lengths of Zhao Yang's strength. 7 consecutive years of not making it into the playoffs spoke lengths about Team Seaside's strength. People weren't willing to give them the label of weak team because of their all-star player. In truth, Seaside was quite far from those teams that drifted about the relegation zone. They were solidly mid-tier, always just steps away from the playoffs. Because of this awkward situation, plenty of people tried to entice Zhao Yang to other teams, but he stayed, leading Seaside over and over again in an attempt to charge into the playoffs. 7 years of hard work, 7 years of disappointment, results that were beyond average. Zhao Yang had been suspended in such a situation for 7 whole years, and now he was finally exhausted. He hadn't switched teams to try again. Burr instead gave in to defeat and announced his retirement. Zhao Yang's career as a pro player hadn't been short of mockery. There was little need to talk about Wang Jixi, who had debuted in Season 3 with him and was considered the most successful pro player second to Yi Ziu. To most people, there was nothing to compare, what with Zhao Yang having never even experienced a single playoffs. Most people were more willing to compare him to Yang Kong. Captain of 301 Degrees, the #1 assassin of the Alliance and also a third-season debutant. Yang Kong was different from Wang Jixi and Zhao Yang though. At first, Yang Kong hadn't stood out at all, but as he grew and developed, he slowly gained acknowledgement, and with him, 301 Degrees also grew as a team. This team was full of players who, like Yang Kong, weren't eye-catching but had a great grasp of the basics and trained themselves up step by step. They lacked natural talent but made up for it with their diligence. They weren't a powerhouse and didn't really have any sort of solid identity as a strong team, but they often managed to slip into the playoffs and could cause quite some trouble for any powerhouse. In comparison, Zhao Yang, who held everyone's expectations, had never drawn any doubt about his skill, but he had never managed to bring his team up to a breakthrough. And Seaside also had terrible management as a club, having managed to experience all the problems a club could experience. Financial troubles, workplace politics, etc. It was impressive that they had managed to hold on for so long. However, Zhao Yang was leaving now, and no one would expect anything more from this team. Even though they had an all-star level account, Boundless Sea, that they had put all their resources into making, Seaside's chaotic management meant that even an all-star account wouldn't be enough to attract any talents. Zhao Yang's retirement press conference was very peaceful, and his career had been one entire awkward situation without anything worth commemorating. In the end, even Zhao Yang himself could only use, "At least I got here and tried my best," to comment on his 7 years as a pro. After that, it was just the necessities like Seaside thanking him for all his hard work and whatnot. Another talented player left, but like his career, his departure didn't have much of an effect on the alliance as a whole. What people cared about most would always be the fight for the championship, and Seaside had never been a part of that. Their weakening would only let those in danger of relegation sigh in relief. Since there weren't any significant repercussions, Cheng Xian ignored it after looking over the gist. It wasn't like she would be doing any of the interviewing regarding Zhao Yang's retirement. Cheng Xian prepared to contact Fang Rui, but opened up Weibo beforehand, only to stare in shock at what she saw. The Weibo post by Fang Rui had exploded. Cheng Xian had analyzed and guessed, coming to the conclusion that Fang Rui might want to leave. But she needed more resources before she could act on this because she was a news reporter. No normal person would need to show this form of integrity. After making their guess, they could just announce it freely and then gossip. What was different, though, was that many pro players were also participating in this irresponsible gossiping. What's wrong? This sort of sincere and plain inquiry came from Fang Rui's once teammate, Lin Jingyan. As old partners, they had quite a close relationship, and would naturally show more worry for the other at times like this. However, most of the comments were full of mockery, just to rile things up for entertainment. What's wrong, shameless Fang? Has your shamelessness reached the point where Wind Howl can no longer endure it and has to get rid of you? Voids Wu Yus, a player who had debuted the same season as Fang Rui, sent a not-so-sincere and caring question. Senior Fang Rui's style really doesn't quite align with Wind Howl's current style. Samsara's Jiang Badao used Wu Yus's question to formulate his own comment. Though he had only debuted a year after Fang Rui, he still politely called the other senior. Wind Howl's high-paced and efficient fighting style has placed constraints on the effectiveness of dirty play. The opinion from Tyranny's Zhang Xinji was professional and concise, and after that, he didn't say a single extra word. What's with all the useless chatter? Huang Xiaoshan expressed, but his comment didn't end there. To avoid the 140-character word limit that was constraining him, Huang Xiaoshan had only used that as a title for his lengthy article that he attached to the comment. Cheng Xian subconsciously clicked into the article and was hit with exclamation marks that took up a third of the article. Cheng Xian skimmed a few lines before calmly closing the article. There was no need to read pure trash talk, and that, what's with all the useless chatter of Huang Xiaoshan's was the most irritating thing in sight. From gods to rookies, there were many pro players who joined in with the discussion. After commenting, they also reposted and commented on each other's comments. Cheng Xian had naturally followed all the pro players with Weibo and ended up getting her screen flooded by said pro players. The number of posts were still increasing by the minute. It was clear that these guys had gotten stirred up upon seeing Fang Rui's post in the morning. Just think of the hand speed they had. With every passing second, several new Weibo posts would appear. Cheng Xian couldn't keep up at all. However, she refused to give up. The pure trash talk that most pro players sent were worthless. Cheng Xian wanted to see if any members of Wind Howl were joining in with the discussion. For a while she had completely forgotten that she had planned to contact Fang Rui, the one who had started all this. But as she continuously refreshed the screen, a Weibo post suddenly jumped out at her. "You don't have a future there. Why don't you pack up and come to Happy?" Weibo poster. Yiziu. Cheng Xian was stunned. As for the reason, it was clear upon looking at Yiziu's Weibo account. Yiziu's Weibo account had been verified with his ID and had been created for a long time now. After so many years, his followers had rose to tens of millions. However, follow, 0, Weibo, 0. That meant Yiziu hadn't used his Weibo at all since its creation. He had maintained his air of mystery and didn't appear in public in any form or manner. However, after establishing Happy and winning the Challenger League, Yiziu began to tread into this territory. He accepted interviews and attended press conferences. In the past, he would have never done any of these. Now, was he even using Weibo? For a moment, Cheng Xian didn't even care about the contents of Yiziu's post, immediately heading for the comments section where everyone was dumbstruck, half of them asking if his account had been hacked. However, the pro players had already begun rapidly reposting and trash-talking Yiziu's post. The discussion surrounding Fang Rui had cooled down drastically. This reminded Cheng Xian of a boss spawning. Only a boss spawning would immediately draw all aggro. No. Holy crap, who on earth is this? Let me take a look. Void's Li Xuan managed to get the first kill in trash talking. Oldie knows how to use Weibo. How long have you been learning? This is actually Ma Cheng, right? Ma Cheng, I see you. Chu Yunxiu was the second. But she soon got a response back, Su Ma Cheng having reposted and commented on her Weibo. "I'm over here." The great Yiziu has given his Weibo virginity that he's been protecting for all these years to Fang Rui. True love needs no explanation. Team Thunderclap's Dai Yankee courageously came up to tease Yiziu and immediately gained a wave of attention. The truth, exposed. Repost 10,000 times and your true love will become a reality. Come on, everyone. Holy shit, if true love comes, then will Happy get yet another all-star? The topic suddenly swerved back to the main road, and everyone suddenly realized that this was an important question. Everyone had always looked at Happy as a grassroots team, a new team, a weak team. But now they had Yiziu, they had Su Ma Cheng. That was already 2 all-stars. If Fang Rui really went, then that would be a 3 all-star player team. How many teams like this were there in the alliance? Even if their characters weren't the strongest, how many would dare label them as a weak team? Compared to Happy, Tiny Herb is the real best option. Wang Jixi, who hadn't been seen at all during the trash talking, suddenly popped up then. "Are there even any spaces left in Tiny Herb? Why not come to our Thunderclap?" Zio Shikin suggested. Come to Void, Void needs more shamelessness, Li Xuan added, but his comment came with mockery. It was clear that he was just here for fun and not really here to recruit. Fang Rui was a good player, but they couldn't just try and take home every talent that seemed good. If you were going to take someone home, he or she had to be useful. If you were doing it for ornamental purposes, you might be willing, but Fang Rui might not. Cheng Xian was completely dumbstruck. By now, the only words that were actually relevant to Fang Rui were the 9 words. The weather has changed, my love has been exhausted. However, under this Weibo post, a recruitment war had erupted. Of course, there were plenty that were just there to trash talk or just for fun. But some teams truly could give Fang Rui a stable place on their team. Translator's thoughts Namyami Tien. In the English version of Weibo, number of Weibo accounts someone has followed is denoted by follow. The number of posts made is denoted by Weibo, and number of followers is denoted by follower. Dai Yankee is Somi Juisansith King's Avatar Chapter 1125 1129 Chapter 1125. Confirmation Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami everything on Weibo was pure nonsense. Cheng Xian zoned out for a while before she came back to her senses. Everyone was just playing around. How could she possibly find what she wanted? This gave her a good reason, though. If she had only relied on the 9 words that Fang Rui posted on Weibo, then it would be inappropriate for her to ask for confirmation from Wind Howl. But because of the disturbances caused by the pro players, this matter had developed to the point that tens of thousands of Glory fans were talking about this topic. If she didn't seek any information from Wind Howl, she wouldn't have the nosiness a qualified reporter should have. As a result, Cheng Xian directly called Club Wind Howl. However, they denied knowing anything about Fang Rui's Weibo and asked her to wait for them to talk with Fang Rui. This seemed like a response to evade the problem, but that was the actual situation at Club Wind Howl. Fang Rui's Weibo had been posted late in the night, so the ensuing chaos had taken place in the morning. Wind Howl had only found out then too. Wind Howl progressed very quickly with their investigation. First, they asked Fang Rui about the situation. His current situation in the team wasn't a secret, so they understood. After that, they consulted team captain Tang Hao for his opinion, who didn't compromise at all. He didn't have any intentions of forcing Fang Rui away, but he would definitely not give up on his playstyle. Fang Rui hoped he could bring out more of his abilities, but so did Tang Hao. According to Tang Hao, catering to Fang Rui's style wouldn't allow him to perform to the best of his abilities, which was why he wasn't willing to back down. The club realized that things wouldn't be working out. Since Tang Hao and Fang Rui weren't compatible, they had to sacrifice one of them. Wind Howl made their decision instantly. Tang Hao was their ace they would be relying on for the future, so it was obvious that he couldn't leave. Although Fang Rui had been in the team for several years and was at the peak of his career, he still had to operate around Tang Hao as the ace. If he couldn't bring out his worth, then they could only say sorry to him. In the end, the boss of Wind Howl personally went to chat with Fang Rui and told him he was allowed to leave. As the number 2 in the team for the past 5 years, Wind Howl gave him the respect he deserved. Fang Rui wasn't surprised about the outcome. After all, this problem hadn't just been a one-time issue, but one that had lasted throughout the entire last season. Neither of them were able to work it out during that entire time. This was probably the final hammer. I understand. I completely understand. You don't need to say any more. Fang Rui smiled and didn't listen to the boss' explanation any further. He knew that the club was without a choice as well. All right, the boss of Wind Howl didn't insist on explaining. Wherever you want to go, we'll try to make things as convenient as possible for you. Let me think about it, Fang Rui spoke. That's fine, we have time. The boss of Wind Howl said. Indeed, they had time. The transfer window had only opened for half a month. Apart from excellent era's large cleanout so far, there were no heavyweight transfers. Where should I go? After coming out from the boss's office, Fang Rui was depressed. He had expected this outcome, but that didn't mean he was ready for it. He actually had to leave Wind Howl, the team he had played on for 5 years. Perhaps 5 years was only a small part of a person's life, but for many pro players it might very well be all of it. Fang Rui believed his situation wasn't bad because the 5 years that had passed were only a phase in his career. He only needed to find somewhere else and start a new chapter. But where should he go? Fang Rui thought to himself as he grabbed out his phone. He didn't check his phone since last night, so when he turned it on, someone happened to give a call. He checked his phone and realized it was Cheng Xian, the team's reporter from Esports Home. Fang Rui predicted what she would ask, but there was no point in hiding from a forthcoming reality. He picked up the phone. "Are you really leaving?" Cheng Xian finally waited for Fang Rui to power on his phone and ended up hearing the exact news. "Yeah, I'm leaving," Fang Rui said. His eyes started to look around again. "Where are you planning to go?" Cheng Xian asked. "I haven't decided yet," Fang Rui said. "There were a lot of teams inviting you on Weibo," Cheng Xian half-joked. The trash talk on Weibo shouldn't be taken seriously. "Weibo?" Fang Rui was at loss. "What, you haven't checked it yet?" Cheng Xian asked. "Nope," Fang Rui said. "Go have a look, it's very interesting." Cheng Xian could only come up with this word. "Even Yiziu commented on your Weibo." "Yiziu?" Fang Rui was shocked. "He invited you to Happy," Cheng Xian said. "Happy?" Fang Rui started to ponder. "Go have a look," Cheng Xian said. Team Happy was scrolling through Weibo instead of playing the game in the morning, which was a rarity for them. But in reality, Yiziu left after casually leaving the playful message. Guan Rongfei, who hadn't slept for the whole night, had something important to discuss with him. Happy still needed to collect their reward for killing the Ghost King from Ghost Lair. Since they could pick their own materials as their reward, it was obvious that they would ask for the opinion of Guan Rongfei, the senior in charge of Happy's logistics. Since Guan Rongfei was most interested and passionate about the myriad manifestation umbrella, he was resolute in selecting materials to upgrade the umbrella. However, in order to upgrade myriad manifestation umbrella to level 75, Guan Rongfei's plan needed him to only use rare materials. The consumption was excessive, so he was hesitating on which materials to pick and prioritize. They didn't immediately log out last night because they were waiting for Guan Rongfei to reach a conclusion before collecting the prize. After they had waited for half an hour, they couldn't help but return to their rooms to rest. But after they had returned in the morning, they found Guan Rongfei in front of the computer in the exact same position as last night. His screen was filled with documents and the ground was covered in drafts. This guy didn't know which method he should use to treasure this rare prize of self-selected materials, so he even went as far as to stay up the whole night. What was even more tragic was that he still couldn't come up with a conclusion after staying up all night. "Rest for now, we're not in a hurry," Yiziu said. They still had a lot of time left to collect their reward. "Shush, shush, I'm about to have an idea." Guan Rongfei stared at the screen and ignored Yiziu's suggestion. Yiziu could only leave. After that, Suma Cheng happened to find some gossip as she casually scrolled through her Weibo. Yiziu went to have a look and also wrote something. Yiziu posting on his Weibo immediately became an even hotter topic than Fang Rui's transfer. In comparison, the news about Zhao Yang's retirement became even colder. After many of the pro players shared the news along with a few lines of blessings, nothing else was said. After all, retiring was an emotional event. What made it worse was that Zhao Yang's career was quite tragic. Even if a person was extremely dirty, shameless, or inhuman, they wouldn't have the energy to ridicule Zhao Yang. Although they were opponents on stage, they were still friends outside of the match. It didn't matter whether one was close or distant. When he retired, it meant a permanent departure. They would never see this person on stage again in the future. During this time, everyone shared the same emotions. Goodbye, you'll be missed. Blessings. Good luck. Apart from these words, what else could be said? That was why Fang Rui's 4-word post and 5-word reply on his Weibo were able to stir up such a big reaction between the professional players. Even if he were going to transfer, who hadn't witnessed this before? When had something like this ever caused so much excitement on Weibo? This situation was in fact an excuse that allowed them to shift their attention as well as let out their emotions. Perhaps retiring was even more saddening for them than death. None of them wanted to retire, nor would they want to see anyone else retire. Unfortunately, this was a point in life in which each of them had to face. It would happen sooner or later, just like how everyone's life would eventually wither away. As a result, everyone messed around with Fang Rui. When they discovered Yiziu had posted, they also started to mess with him too. However, Yiziu was called over by Guan Rongfei, who said he had an idea and wanted Yiziu to give advice. Go ahead, Yiziu said after he came over. These. Guan Rongfei handed a piece of scratch paper to Yiziu, which had his requirements written illegibly and spaced out. The reward for this extra event was to have each of the 5 members select 5 materials, as well as a piece of orange equipment. In total, that would be 25 materials and 5 pieces of orange equipments. What Guan Rongfei had been trying so hard to plan was obviously the materials. What surprised Yiziu was that he even spent a whole night thinking about it. If it were up to him, he would have picked materials with higher priority. It shouldn't be this hard to pick, right? But when Yiziu received and looked over the messy list written by Guan Rongfei, he couldn't understand his reasoning. I think these should be enough, Guan Rongfei said. Enough? What's enough? Yiziu couldn't understand. I want to do an experiment, Guan Rongfei said. Experiment, Yiziu said. An important experiment that will determine my plan for the myriad manifestation umbrella. Only if this works can the myriad manifestation umbrella continue with the established plan. If not, I'm afraid I will need to make adjustments, Guan Rongfei said. What experiment? You've never mentioned it before. Yiziu said. You'll know soon enough, Guan Rongfei said. Then what am I supposed to look at? Yiziu asked, holding up the ragged piece of scratch paper. Look, who told you to look? Take the list of items and bring me the materials, Guan Rongfei said. Yiziu's face darkened. After all this time, this master hadn't called him over for advice, but rather for him to go over and get the materials. Right, I'll collect the rewards. Are you about to start? Yiziu said. No, I have to rest for a while. Collect it and leave it there for now. I'll deal with it at night. This must not go wrong. Guan Rongfei ended up talking to himself when he reached the end of his sentence. He then left without looking at Yiziu. This wasn't the first day that Yiziu had met him, so he wasn't surprised by his attitude. He took out the list of items and collected 5 materials for each of the 5 characters who participated in yesterday's battle. After he collected them according to the list, he transferred them all to Lord Grimm's account for safekeeping. They were upgrading the myriad manifestation umbrella, so it was obvious that they would be using Lord Grimm's account. After that, new information about Fang Rui came out. After Club Wind Howl had finished sorting out the internal problems, they officially announced and confirmed that Fang Rui would be leaving the team this summer. Chapter 1126, Boundless Sea Translator, Namyumi Editor. Namyumi. The news was released on Team Wind Howl's official Weibo, so the pro players who were currently active on Weibo were the first to know. Fang Rui was really going to transfer. Everyone was stunned. They were just joking around earlier. Who would have thought that the news was actually true? Transfers were a different kind of departure. Even though it wasn't a permanent farewell like retirement was, but to be teammates one day and opponents the next wasn't a pleasant feeling. Professional spirit, professionalism. It sounded simple, but everyone was human. And what kind of human didn't have emotions? The so-called professionalism was, at its core, simply the ability to control one's emotions. Perhaps some people might enjoy leaving their original team and leap towards the future. But Fang Rui, everyone believed, was not that kind of person. Everyone saw and understood the problems between Fang Rui and Wind Howl. He only left out of helplessness. He personally felt wronged, and the team also felt that it was a pity too. So as soon as the news was revealed to be true, people couldn't joke any longer. After seeing that this news was confirmed, Chen Guo suddenly became nervous. "Can we get him to our team?" Chen Guo asked. Yiziu didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "You can't just toss a good vegetable into our basket as soon as you see it. You have to see if it fits in or not. After all, we're not a recycling station." Recycling station. A recycling station is for trash, okay? This is an all-star we're talking about here. Chen Guo resisted the urge to complain aloud. "We don't need his dirty playing." But as soon as the words left her mouth, Chen Guo stopped. She looked at Yiziu. And then she looked over at Wei Chen, who was casually dangling a slipper from one foot as he sat in front of his computer, smoking a cigarette. Happy might lack many things, but dirty play certainly wasn't one of them. What was the point in getting Fang Rui over here? Compete to see who could be the most shameless. Make a team that had shamelessness as its core playstyle, once and for all. Just thinking about organizing a team like that, Chen Guo couldn't help but shiver. Let's just pass on him, she thought. But after Yiziu finished, he immediately went back to join in on the fun. Because the news was confirmed, the Weibo war that had entertained countless fans had suddenly quieted down. But in this calm, Yiziu, Theat man with 10 million followers, 0 following and 1 post, suddenly made his second post. "So you're really transferring. Happy is absolutely your best choice. Team of champions, master of kings. Fuck, you just couldn't resist." A team that just emerged from the Challenger League was a team of champions, master of kings. Then what did that make everyone else? Tiny Herb, winner of 2 championships. Wang Jixi wrote in an entirely neutral tone. Now that excellent era was no longer in the alliance, 2-time champion was an extremely impressive accomplishment. Samsara, winner of 2 championships in a row. Jiang Batao's follow-up was immediate. Repeating Wang Jixi's words but adding "in a row" immediately made this accomplishment seem that much greater. Tiny Herb wasn't able to defend their title because they lost to the #1 team in the universe, Blue Rain. As expected of the master opportunist Huang Xiaoshan, he seized the chance to interject with his extraordinary hand speed. Blue Rain's sole championship, originally seemingly weaker than the others, was suddenly lifted in importance. Tyranny has your oldest and most familiar partner. Zhang Jiao also joined in on the fun, playing the emotion card because of Lin Jingyan's presence in the team. "Yup, really quite old." Then someone below immediately came out of nowhere and made this reply. Zhang Jiao was so mad he wanted to spit blood, but it was just an ordinary player. How could he get into an argument with someone like that? In an instant, Weibo was suddenly lively again. But it was still unclear as to which, if any, of these teams were serious in their comments. Because of Fang Rui's skill and status, if he transferred to another team, there was no way he would just be a substitute. He himself wouldn't be willing, and it would be a waste for the team. His arrival would require his new team to undergo a huge readjustment, and this wasn't something that could be clarified in just a few words. When a team invited a new player, they would first perform thorough analysis and observation of the player. As Yiziu said, it wasn't a matter of tossing all the good vegetables into the basket. You had to see if you could use this vegetable to create a suitable taste. After Fang Rui's confirmed transfer, there were immediately people pulling him this way and that, but it was impossible to gauge their sincerity. Those that were actually interested in Fang Rui were likely gathered in intense discussion among the entire team. This was no small matter. After people chattered on Weibo for a while longer, it finally quieted down once and for all. To make a deal right here right now was obviously impossible. Fang Rui was going to transfer, but where he would end up wasn't something that could be decided in a short amount of time. However, as Chen Guo watched Yiziu rile up the other pros, she suddenly started wondering again. Other teams had managers and bosses and many departments, all of which would need to be consulted for a matter like this. But Happy wasn't so complex and didn't have so many workers. She, the boss, was the tossing good vegetables into basket type of person, as Yiziu put it, and the others like Tang Ru and Steamed Bun were just rookies and didn't have much to contribute on this end. So for issues like this, Yiziu was essentially the sole decision-maker, with Wei Chen occasionally giving his opinions from the side. The other pro players were just playing around, their words didn't have any weight. But Yiziu wasn't the same because in practice he held the same power in Happy as Lu Guaning did in Heavenly Swords. They were each a pro player but also the decision-making boss. "This Fang Rui, do we want him or not?" Chen Guo asked. "We don't," Yiziu said, smiling as he shook his head. "Wouldn't he raise the ability of our team?" Chen Guo asked. All this time she was trying to learn more. Although her ability at playing Glory probably wouldn't improve, she wanted to increase her knowledge and analytic ability to be a competent leader of Team Happy. "He would," Yiziu said. "For a player with his skill, as long as you give him enough freedom, he would raise the ability of any team. But for us, his relative value is too low. An all-star player, and we'd have to get him an all-star account. How much investment would that take? And there's the price of his contract, too. If we did this, we'd be putting all of our eggs in one basket. There's no need for us to be stuck on this one tree for so long." After hearing this, Chen Guo understood. In the end, it came down to the fact that Happy didn't have enough funds. The 5 million award from winning the Challenger League was already split among all the players, and as for the other funds from broadcasting and sponsorship deals and such, Happy currently had around 12 million in usable funds. Wei Chen also had 18 million himself, and he had said that this was his investment in the team and available to use. But neither Chen Guo nor Yiziu wanted to use Wei Chen's personal money. 12 million. Since Fang Rui was already confirmed to be leaving Wind Howl, then even though he was an all-star, the price wouldn't be too high. But if Fang Rui were to come, he would have to have a suitable account. If they also wanted to get the all-star character Doubtful Demon, then 12 million might be barely enough, if that. And there was no way that Fang Rui would be like Yiziu and the others, who played without caring about income. He would definitely want a competitive contract. Fang Rui currently had an annual salary of 650,000 with Wind Howl, since he was still in his prime. He wasn't being transferred because of declining skill, so there was no reason for him to shrink his contract. With all of that, even if Happy were to tap into Wei Chen's 18 million, getting Fang Rui over would really put Happy into a predicament. Happy also had daily expenses, and all of its existing members still had to sign competitive contracts. Wu Chen needed a salary for managing the guild too, and there was still the issue of a lack of a stadium which Happy had yet to resolve. Then what are you still causing this ruckus here for? After thinking over all of that, Chen Guo knew they wouldn't be able to get Fang Rui. But she also didn't believe that Yiziu was just doing this all for fun. This guy always did things with a purpose. "Ha ha, let everyone have some fun together," Yiziu said. And then, Chen Guo wasn't discouraged. Yiziu definitely had an ulterior motive. Indeed, on Yiziu's screen was a page displaying news of Zhao Yang's retirement. "We can think about getting the character Boundless Sea." "Boundless Sea Chi Master, do we need it?" Chen Guo was surprised. It's at least more reliable than trying to get Fang Rui, said Yiziu. Would Seaside let the account go just like that? Chen Guo asked. Boundless Sea had special significance to Seaside. It was like one autumn leaf in excellent era or Vacaria and tiny herb. The value of such a character wasn't just in the power of the character or its equipment. This was a team's soul and core. One would have to buy the other party's feelings and memories with this account as well, and the price for that would only ever be high, never low. I think there should be a chance, Yiziu said. Why? If Seaside still had strong aspirations, I think that they wouldn't have had Zhao Yang retire just like this, said Yiziu. After all, Wang Jixi and Yang Kong, who had debuted the same year as Zhao Yang, were both still fighting. But a team without aspiration would let their core player retire. A team without aspiration, similarly, wouldn't needlessly cling to their core character. Yiziu understood this. While others were still discussing as to which Qi master player Seaside would recruit to replace Zhao Yang, he was pondering as to how to obtain Seaside's core character for Happy. What if other teams think the same thing and try to compete for it? Chen Guo asked. Transferring accounts wasn't as complex a process as transferring players, since there were no personal preferences involved. Accounts weren't alive. The clubs could sell them wherever they wanted. So if there was competition, the price would just go up. This was therefore a difficult issue for Happy. Haha, think about it, Yiziu laughed. Among the current powerhouse teams, which ones have Qi masters on their main roster? Chen Guo blinked. With this question, the first team that popped into her mind was actually Excellent Era. Player Guo Yang, character Qi Breaker, a first-string member of Excellent Era. Chen Guo had been a fan of Excellent Era, so she was of course familiar with him. But then, Wind Howl and Blue Rain. Yiziu answered for Chen Guo. Last season of the 8 playoff teams, only these 2 teams had Qi Masters in their rosters. Wind Howl's Qi Master was from Excellent Era. This wasn't a class they originally had. He didn't integrate well over the past season. He often couldn't contribute much, so it's more likely that Wind Howl would give up on their Qi Master. As for Blue Rain, their Qi Master Receding Tides is fairly strong, so they might want to buy some equipment that they don't already have off Boundless Sea. But they probably wouldn't directly incorporate Boundless Sea into their team. That sort of base-level change isn't their style. So that's to say, we don't have any big competitors when it comes to Boundless Sea, Chen Guo said. Chapter 11:27, Guan Rongfei's Experiment Translator, Namyumi Editor. Namyumi, the news about the 2 all-stars meant that this day was fated to be no ordinary day. However, for many, business had to continue as usual. Today was the 7th and last day of the Ghost Parade. Since luck was crucial in the Ghost Parade, everyone's ranking fluctuated. However, due to the immense difference in the skill level between pro players and normal players, the effects of luck between the two were eliminated. The daily and overall rankings were dominated by pro players. The last day. On the overall rankings, Deception still held the first place. Those who managed to rank at the top of the overall rankings had great luck over all 6 days of the event. Out of over 100 pro players, the only 2 who had continuous good luck was Mo Fan at first place and Zhang Jiao at second. As for the pro accounts after them, they had 2 or 3 days of bad luck, resulting in a large gap between their scores. It seemed that the first place overall would be one of these 2. However, the current situation had Zhang Jiao almost crying. Second. Second again. He was second even in an online event. What kind of fate was this? Zhang Jiao was close to vomiting. Why did this world taunt him like this? Zhang Jiao clenched his fist, sat in front of his computer and waiting for the last day of the event to start. But something like luck couldn't be changed just by being diligent. At exactly 7 p.m., the event began. On the last day, the number of ghosts had reached an unprecedented peak, and the players were immediately thrown into anxious hurrying. Zhang Jiao wanted to get first place, so tyrannical ambition would naturally provide him with support. For example, from the very beginning, they had arranged for helpers around dazzling 100 blossoms who would help him find ghosts. With help, Zhang Jiao had gotten off to a good start. However, after that wave, the effects of his helpers had weakened because they also relied on luck to find ghosts. Having more people didn't mean having better luck. Though spreading out would increase their chances, as they spread out further and further, it became impossible for dazzling 100 blossoms to run between them. In the end, he still had to rely on himself. Zhang Jiao had dazzling 100 blossoms dart about before slowly coming to a realization that he had been overtaken with bad luck. His search for ghosts was extremely unsuccessful. Zhang Jiao could only hope that Deception was having an equally difficult time, but when he took a look at the ranking, Deception was still above him and had gained an even larger lead. Apart from raising a monster, there was no other way to turn the tides. Tyranny had a monster-feeding team, carefully and quietly preparing to raise one. They didn't need it to be anything amazing, just enough to send dazzling 100 blossoms to first place. However, the guilds all knew to be aware of this sort of thing, so it was very hard to hide one. In the end, Zhang Jiao received a message saying that their monster had been found and they had been forced to kill it. It was better than feeding it to their opponents. There was nothing more he could do. Looking at the rankings, Zhang Jiao sighed. His luck was really quite abysmal today. In the daily rankings, he hadn't even managed to squeeze into the top 5. On the other hand, Deception was sitting comfortably at third place, fortune still in his favor. There was really no helping with something like luck. The number of ghosts was continuously decreasing. After the Easter egg had been triggered yesterday, the guilds all hoped they would get another chance. Thus, the competition for ghosts was even more intense. What mattered first and foremost wasn't if they could find all the ghosts, but maintaining a spot in the top 5, or else they wouldn't even have a chance. At 10 that night, the number of ghosts fell to a 2-digit number, and by then, the top 5 positions were stable already. Deception was still third, and everyone could tell that this was a guy whose luck had persisted for all 7 days, much to their envy. Apart from him, the first, second, fourth, and fifth were Blossoming Chaos, Angelica, Firebird Messenger, and Combat Form respectively. Blossoming Chaos was Yu Feng and Angelica was Su Bin, 2 all-star level players. Firebird Messenger was Thunderclaps Dai Yankee, the runner-up for Best Rookie of the 8th season, and an elementalist like the one who had ended up with the award, Zhao Yuge. As for Combat Form, this character had appeared in the top 5 for the first time, but had been noticed long ago by everyone. After all, the skill difference between normal players and pro players was very apparent. This person was definitely pro-level. Not many were familiar with this character, but everyone knew that this was a young man from the old Excellent Era called Qiu Fei. Excellent Era had already fallen, so why was he still here? No one would hold in this curiosity for a full 7 days. They had gone to check when they first started wondering. It was then that they had found out that Excellent Era was still there. Excellent Era had survived, but it no longer held any of its previous splendor. The new owner clearly didn't have all that many funds, and the Excellent Era he had bought was basically just a skeleton. However, there were 2 very clear points to this. Of the original players of Excellent Era, he had managed to keep the young man called Qiu Fei as well as his Battle Mage Combat Form. In addition, he had managed to retain Excellent Dynasty. This Excellent Era was clearly not a powerhouse anymore, but they didn't seem to be nearly as weak as a grassroots team. Just what Excellent Dynasty could accomplish alone was impressive. The players remaining in Excellent Era were extremely united and loyal, especially after the dire situation they had gone through. They would work hard to bring excellent era back off the ground. Maybe it wouldn't be long before they would face excellent era on the battlefield again. That was what many people thought, but no one voiced it. The number of ghosts continued to decrease at a slower and slower rate. In the past, pro players would have logged off by now. What little was remaining wouldn't be able to do much to their score. However, now that they knew of the existence of the Easter egg, the top 5 pro players would stay for longer until the event ended. By 11:23, the number of ghosts paused at 3. There was 3 left, 37 minutes left. The top 5 had already started forming parties, yet as time ticked by, the number 3 never changed. Even until the end, when midnight struck and the event ended, the Easter egg quest had never been triggered. On the final overall rankings, Deception stood at first place, dazzling 100 Blossoms at second. However, the halo of second place clearly overpowered first place. This was because dazzling 100 Blossoms was Zhang Jiao, the guy who had gotten who knew how many second places. Although everyone knew that Zhang Jiao would be upset at this result, many people still came to lament over it. However, Zhang Jiao had already logged off by then. Everyone had claimed their daily ranking prizes daily. The overall ranking prizes on the last day were, naturally, the best. The number 1 Deception had obtained 3 pieces of level 75 orange equipment, 15 rare materials, 30 Fuji Heaven stones that could be used to repair the durability of level 75 weapons, a 50-point skill book, and a significant amount of gold. The other characters also gained rewards proportional to their final rankings. However, currently at Team Happy, Yiziu didn't have the time to spare for these rewards, because after sleeping a whole day, Guan Rongfei had finally come back. Yiziu hadn't forgotten that this guy had said he needed to conduct an extremely important experiment. "Have you gathered all the materials?" As expected, that was the first thing Guan Rongfei asked. "Everything's been prepared." Yiziu followed him to the R&D room. Guan Rongfei didn't stop him. The others were curious but had the clarity of mind to not follow them inside, whispering to each other outside. "What sort of experiment is it?" Seeing Guan Rongfei sit and turn on the laptop, Yiziu couldn't help but ask this. "I'm trying to create a bonus effect," Guan Rongfei said. "What effect?" Yiziu was stunned. The effects on a piece of equipment would naturally determine what use the equipment had. In creating silver weaponry, usually the players themselves would ask for the effect they wanted, and then the R&D team would go about trying to create it. Of course, rookies probably wouldn't have this sort of treatment and could only do their best to adapt to the current equipment and accounts in the club. However, Yiziu, no matter what, had the right to dictate what sort of equipment he had. Thus, the current situation was rather strange. Guan Rongfei was dead set on creating an effect, but Yiziu didn't know what it was. None of the effects he had suggested before required so much. 25 pieces of rare materials, lowering the level requirement. Guan Rongfei didn't bother to act mysterious and gave Yiziu the information he wanted. Lower the level requirement. Yiziu naturally understood what this effect was, but why would we want? "I'm going to upgrade the Myriad Manifestations umbrella directly to level 80. Before Yiziu finished his question, Guan Rongfei gave him his answer. "Upgrade to level 80. Yiziu was dumbstruck. Apart from someone like Guan Rongfei, very rarely did people manage to surprise him so. Currently, characters only went up to level 75. If the Myriad Manifestations umbrella was upgraded to level 80, then it would be impossible to equip. Thus, it needed the effect of lowering the level requirement. This effect was rather common on usual equipment, but the pro circle had probably never looked into creating such an effect. This was because this was an effect used while still leveling up. For characters that were at max level, it was useless. However, Guan Rongfei said that he could create level 80 equipment when the level limit was still 75. then that effect would naturally be key. You're crazy. How is that possible? Yiziu was simply surprised, but he had no doubt that it was possible because he believed in Guan Rongfei's ability. If the other brought it up, then there was a possibility. It's impossible for other equipment, but not for the myriad manifestations umbrella, Guan Rongfei said. Why? This is something I've researched for a long time, but I haven't managed to find a way to realize it on any piece of equipment. I've realized that what was preventing any breakthrough was the fact that there were too few materials used to make the equipment, so it doesn't have the ability to create such a powerful effect. However, the myriad manifestations umbrella, this extremely complex piece of equipment, can't be compared to normal equipment. After careful study of the materials, I believe that the myriad manifestations umbrella can break through to level 80. However, before that, I have to test out creating the effect of lowering the level requirement by 5 with level 75 materials. All right, go ahead. Yiziu handed over Lord Grimm's account card. Guan Rongfei logged in and went directly for the equipment editor. He was much more familiar with the operation of the equipment editor than Yiziu. I'm going to start now. After that last sentence, Guan Rongfei focused on operating the editor. Chapter 1128. Former teammate translator. Namyami editor. Namyami, Yiziu and Guan Rongfei shut themselves in the R&D room. Although no one else went to watch, they were all very curious as to what the result would be. So, even though Ghost Parade had ended, everyone lingered in the training room. After tossing around some random guesses without much success, everyone quickly started talking about what had happened today. Seeing him stirring up all that ruckus, I thought he wanted to try and get Fang Rui over here. But in the end, it turned out he was after Boundless Sea, Chen Guo said, with a bit of resentment at Yiziu's sneakiness. Boundless Sea, the Qi Master, that caught Wei Chen's attention, and he glanced over at Sima Cheng. After hearing Chen Guo speak, Sima Cheng also lifted her head, and it looked like there was something on her mind. Yeah, he said that the current strong teams wouldn't be interested in Boundless Sea, so it'd be easier for us to compete. Chen Guo said. Is that the only reason? Wei Chen smiled. Is it not? Chen Guo was puzzled. Weren't you an Excellent Era fan in the past? Wei Chen asked. Huh, Chen Guo was thrown off by this seemingly unrelated question. A fan of EQ. Wei Chen continued to ask. Chen Guo's reply was vague. Now that she was familiar with Yiziu, if she admitted this, wouldn't that boost his ego? Chen Guo didn't want to make him even more arrogant, but she had no way of denying the reality of her past. Then when Excellent Era won 3 championships in a row, don't you know who the partner standing by Yiziu's side was? Huh. Chen Guo had to think. In reality, by the time she had become a fan of Excellent Era, their dynasty had already ended. And the first player she had liked wasn't Yiziu, but Sima Cheng. Her support for Yiziu and Excellent Era didn't come until after she had become a fan of Sima Cheng. Of course, as a fan of Excellent Era, she couldn't completely forget about Excellent Era's golden age of 3 championships. With Wei Chen's reminder, she suddenly remembered. When Excellent Era won 3 championships in a row, Team Excellent Era did not yet have Sima Cheng. They didn't have Dancing Rain, nor did they have a launcher. However, one Autumn Leaf didn't fight alone. In that era, standing by his side were his reliable teammates, and the one that was mentioned the most was a player named Wu Zufeng. And this player's class was Qi Master, Account Qi Breaker. All of this suddenly surfaced in Chen Guo's mind. One Autumn Leaf, Qi Breaker, the partnership that had dominated the alliance for 3 years. Launcher, that only came after. The first character who had stood beside the battle god was a Qi Master. Wu Zufeng retired after Excellent Era's 3 championships. Chen Guo, who had only become a fan afterwards, had only heard mention of his name. but even just hearing about this was enough to get one fired up. Yiziu intended to get a Qi master, and Chen Guo now felt the significance behind that. Is Wu Zufeng returning? Chen Guo was excited. The partnership that had swept the alliance for 3 years, if it could be recreated, then how thrilling would that be? But Chen Guo had forgotten the character that Yiziu now controlled was no longer the battle mage One Autumn Leaf. Him? Probably not. As a first-generation player, Wei Chen of course knew Wu Zufeng personally. Why not? Asked Chen Guo. Not long after retiring, he went abroad. Never heard any news about him again, said Wei Chen. Maybe Yiziu contacted him, Chen Guo said. Even if he did, you shouldn't be too excited. That guy's even older than me. Otherwise, why else would he retire? Although he was very lucky, he had Yiziu beside him. His slipping condition was completely hidden by Yiziu's continual improvement. Damn, if I'd been in excellent era then, maybe I also could have stumbled upon 3 championships. There was a trace of envy and indignance in Wei Chen's words. Chen Guo processed this information. She didn't say anything at first, but instead searched up Wu Zufeng's name on the internet. Chen Guo realized that she knew very little about this former excellent era player. When speaking of excellent era's championship days, people generally only talked about Yiziu and his One Autumn Leaf, and Chen Guo was like everyone else, only paying attention to the battle god. There wasn't too much information online about Wu Zufeng. After all, the alliance was still being established during that period and hadn't reached the level of influence it had now. Back then, the Glory Pro scene was very small. However, the development of the Glory Alliance was incredibly rapid, which was evident from the increasing amount of news from each season as the years progressed. Season 3, another championship, establishing a dynasty, there was much discussion about these topics. But as for topics about Wu Zufeng, Chen Guo didn't see the respect given to a hero. More people discussed his luck, the luck of becoming Yiziu's helper. If I'd been in excellent era, maybe I also could have stumbled upon 3 championships. Chen Guo discovered that Wei Chen's statement just now was a popular sentiment back then. Even an ordinary player dared say this. This was a great compliment to Yiziu's strength, but it was disrespectful toward Wu Zufeng and the other members of excellent era. Sadly, Chen Guo searched for quite a while but couldn't find an honest and reliable analysis. It wasn't like that. At this moment, Sima Cheng's voice came from right next to her. Chen Guo turned her head and saw that Sima Cheng was also looking at the archived news on the screen. Wu Zufeng was an outstanding player, Sima Cheng said. Without him, excellent era wouldn't have won its 3 championships. Yiziu said this, Chen Guo asked. Sima Cheng nodded. Then would he come back? Chen Guo asked, pointing at Wu Zufeng's name on her screen. Don't know. Sima Cheng shook her head. No one knew, and the one who had the most direct interactions with Wu Zufeng aside from Yiziu was of course Wei Chen. That guy, after being asked, Wei Chen began to search through his memories. He was truly a guy who relied on his brain and not his hands to fight matches. That might be the reason why he maintained his condition better than I did, even though he was clearly older than me. Wei Chen gave his serious opinion, which showed that his "if I'd been an excellent era" statement was just his automatic trash talk. He didn't disregard Wu Zufeng's personal contributions to excellent era's success. He used his brain, experience, awareness, accurate judgment. Precise technique, Wei Chen said. Then why did he retire? Chen Guo asked. Please, his condition was only a little better than mine. His age was hanging right there. To be able to play those 3 years was already his limit, Wei Chen said. After he said that, Wei Chen crouched in front of the computer. There should still be some old match videos of him online. There really weren't many recordings from matches that had occurred years and years ago. But excellent era was at the peak back then, so their matches were more likely to be recorded and thus comparably easier to find now. Wei Chen soon found one, and Chen Guo realized that it was actually a video she had watched before. But just looking at the title of the video, it was obvious that this video wasn't saved to remember Wu Zufeng. Yiqiu, One Autumn Leaf. It seemed as though the excellent era of that time period had left behind only these two names. And Chen Guo had been the same, only paying attention to the battle gods playing and completely forgetting about the battle gods' teammates. Was there some standout performance in this match? Chen Guo had no recollection. The video quickly began playing. Although the quality wasn't very good, Chen Guo still immediately found One Autumn Leaf. But what about Wu Zufeng's Qi Breaker? Seems like he's not in view right now, Wei Chen said, regretful. Soon, the two teams in the video began launching attacks. Excellent Era's opponent in this match was a team formerly at the summit, Royal Style, Peaceful Hermit. Chen Guo quickly discovered another god-level character. The scythe in his hand flashed with the light and fire of vanquishing demons. A spirit guidance was used, and a twisting arc flew into the midst of Excellent Era's formation. Open battle. Chen Guo became entirely engrossed in the god-level face-off between One Autumn Leaf and Peaceful Hermit, until Wei Chen suddenly pointed at the screen and shouted, "He appeared! Right there!" Ah! Chen Guo shook herself as though awakening from a dream, and remembered why she was watching this video in the first place. Qi Breaker finally appeared on screen. He was currently moving around constantly, his body occasionally vanishing from view. Because the video was entirely focused on Yiziu and One Autumn Leaf, the camera didn't move to follow anyone else. How sneaky! This was Wei Chen's appraisal of Qi Breaker's changing position. Did he also play dirty? Asked Chen Guo. Not exactly, said Wei Chen. His playstyle was whatever suited the situation best. The screen still showed the fight between One Autumn Leaf and Peaceful Hermit, but suddenly Peaceful Hermit flew horizontally out of view. The camera immediately swiveled to follow, and so Chen Guo saw that Qi Breaker had used a cloud-grasping fist to abruptly pull Peaceful Hermit away from the middle of his fierce battle with One Autumn Leaf. "Fuck, what a pig of a teammate," a scrolling comment suddenly appeared on-screen. He interrupted One Autumn Leaf's attack rhythm. How overbearing. His brain must be underwater. Before the fourth comment could appear, Wei Chen turned off the scrolling comments. "A bunch of idiots," he scoffed. Just now, if Qi Breaker hadn't pulled Peaceful Hermit away, One Autumn Leaf would have been in trouble. Did you see it? Chen Guo felt her face redden because she hadn't seen anything at all. In that moment, her thought process reflected the sentiments of the scrolling comments. She also thought that Qi Breaker's sudden cloud-grasping fist had interrupted Yiziu's rhythm. If you wanted to coordinate, then just directly attack. Why pull Peaceful Hermit out of One Autumn Leaf's attack range? So you see, he always appeared when he was most needed, truly a reliable helper. Wei Chen continued to give his analysis. To get Boundless Sea, I think, Wu Zufeng wouldn't come back. Yiziu's probably thinking of finding another helper, said Wei Chen. Oh, then who? Chen Guo asked. Yiziu must have given some thought as to who to ask. As she was thinking, she suddenly heard two loud shouts from the R&D room. Shit. Fuck. Neither Yiziu nor Guan Rongfei were the type to lose control easily. What happened? Everyone immediately crowded around to look. In the R&D room, Yiziu and Guan Rongfei were staring at the computer screen, wordless. On the screen, Lord Grimm's myriad manifestation umbrella was flashing through its various forms, but the lowest line on its list of stats didn't change. Equipment required level -4. Chapter 11:29. Many monks but not much gruel translator. Namyami editor. Namyami glory equipment was separated every 5 levels. Characters weren't though, so lowering the equipment required level didn't necessarily have to be by 5. From the effect bonuses on current equipment, lowering the equipment required level between 1 to 5 levels was possible. But Guan Rongfei was upgrading the myriad manifestations umbrella. Apart from lowering the equipment required level by 5, any other effect was useless. It meant that this upgrade was a failure. What exactly went wrong? Guan Rongfei muttered to himself. He had checked all of the myriad manifestation umbrella's forms. Every single form had this effect, and all of them lowered the equipment required level by 4. At this moment, Chen Yu and the others had gathered here, asking what had happened. Yi Ziu explained. No one cared about the experiment's failure. All of them were shocked. Level 75 was the level cap, but Guan Rongfei had wanted to produce a level 80 equipment. What sort of imagination did this guy have? Look at my death's hand. This was the first thing Wei Chen said after recovering from his shock. No, apart from the myriad manifestations umbrella, it isn't possible. Guan Rongfei shook his head. He didn't seem to care about the discussion that everyone else was having. He had already buried his head back into research again. Yi Ziu and everyone else quietly left the room. After regaining their composure, they began expressing their regret towards this failed experiment. The myriad manifestations umbrella isn't ruined, is it? Chen Guo asked. No, Yi Ziu said. It could be considered as a fortune among misfortune. The experiment failed, but the myriad manifestation umbrella's intrinsic functions hadn't been ruined. There was just an extra useless effect. How reckless. Why'd you directly start with the myriad manifestations umbrella? Experiment with other equipment first before trying to do something like lower the required level, Chen Guo said. That step had been completed long ago. The current focus is to get all of the myriad manifestation umbrella's forms to have this stat. This step has been completed too actually. It's just that a problem occurred with the stat effect itself, Yi Ziu said. Then it'll definitely be possible at level 80. Chen Guo said. Before we can ascertain that we can get the stat bonus, it's not convenient to test. If we get it to level 80 but there was only a reduction of 4 levels, how am I supposed to use it? Yi Ziu said. The experiment had failed. When Yi Ziu and Guan Rongfei saw that the equipment required level had only been lowered by 5, they also felt grieved and frustrated. But the two quickly regained their calm. After all, there were many positives gained from this failure. They couldn't help with this matter, so they quickly shifted the topic to the Qi Master. Wu Zufeng, we haven't stayed in touch after he retired. I don't know, Yi Ziu dispelled Chen Guo's guess. Sure enough, he had no intentions of looking for this old general to return. Then after we get Boundless Sea, who are we going to find to use it? Chen Guo asked. We have to choose very carefully. Do you guys have any suggestions? Yi Ziu asked. Chen Guo coughed blood. Don't you already have an idea? Did I say that? Yi Ziu was puzzled. Don't make things up, Yi Ziu said to Chen Guo. Let's analyze the current Qi masters in the pro scene. Yi Ziu said. Chen Guo understood. This transfer would be a transfer starting from scratch from character to player. We have to get Boundless Sea first though, Yi Ziu said. What if we get Boundless Sea but can't find anyone? Chen Guo couldn't help but ask. That shouldn't happen. Yi Ziu said, an all-star character should be very attractive to pro players. Seeing the current circumstances in the pro scene, I don't think it will be too difficult to snatch an outstanding Qi Master player. What do you mean by circumstances? Chen Guo didn't understand. Many monks but not much gruel, Yi Ziu said. Chen Guo stared blankly. She didn't continue asking about it. She was also trying to consciously train herself to be a better boss. Many monks but not much gruel. Chen Guo pondered over this phrase. Soon, she started to understand what Yi Ziu meant. Among last season's top 8 teams, there were only 2 Qi Masters. What's more, Team Wind Howl's Guo Yang wasn't in an important position on the team either. In the playoffs, the only active Qi Master was Team Blue Rain's Song Xiao. Getting into the playoffs and fighting for the championship title was the dream of every pro player. But for Qi Masters, the current circumstances weren't good for them. Including the retiring all-star, Zhao Yang, the Qi Masters were on weak teams without any hopes for the playoffs. And in the powerhouses, None of them had any open positions for Qi masters. Zhao Yang had been fighting with Seaside for 7 years. Admittedly, a part of that was because of his stubbornness, but a part of that was also because he didn't have many good choices. This was the current situation for all Qi masters. Even if they were outstanding players, they were being held back by weak teams. They may want to join a top team, but the top teams didn't have Qi masters, so there was no opening for them. Most pro players might not look too highly upon a new team like Team Happy, who lacked resources. However, Qi masters didn't have any better choices, and perhaps Happy might truly have a bright future. Thinking of all of this, Chen Gu felt like she had improved greatly. She at least understood that transfers weren't like buying vegetables at the supermarket. It was a lot more complex than that. 3 days later, while everyone was still focused on Fang Rui, the all-star character Boundless Sea was bought by Team Happy for 5.5 million. Everyone was shocked. They weren't surprised that Happy could take out this sum of money. After all, winning the Challenger League earned them a good amount of money. A price of 5.5 million was relatively cheap for an all-star character, but when considering the current circumstances for Qi Masters as well as Team Seaside's current situation, it was a reasonable price. After Zhao Yang retired, news related to Team Seaside quickly came out. Fans would always be proud because of their all-star player or character in their team, but they would never think that sometimes their all-stars would be the burden of their team. Team Seaside was in this situation. They were a small team. Whether it was a contract for an all-star player or creating an all-star character, it was a huge investment for them. And ever since their start in Season 3, they had always been doing their utmost to keep up this investment. They had once been proud because of their all-star player and character, but they gradually realized that as they maintained this pride, the growth of the team became more and more unbalanced. A single skilled player and character wasn't enough to help them win more. When they tried improving their other players and characters, they discovered that because of Zhao Yang and Boundless Sea, they no longer had the resources to invest in anything else. In a nutshell, Team Seaside was a small team with a big team's mindset. They had insisted on this unsuitable management style for 7 years. They had hesitated and paced back and forth. It wasn't until this summer, when a new manager took office in Team Seaside, was a decision finally made. Seaside had decided to free themselves of this burden and take the path that a small team should be taking. Zhao Yang had been let go, so he decisively chose to retire. Boundless Sea had been sold. Seaside had invested too much into this character, and they didn't plan on continuing. If they weren't going to continue investing into Boundless Sea, there wasn't much point in keeping it. It would be better to sell it to strengthen the rest of the team. Zhao Yang's retirement, Boundless Sea's sale. Behind those were changes to Team Seaside's management. Yiziu didn't know about all of this, but he had at least gotten a general sense of Seaside's position from Zhao Yang's retirement. As a result, he immediately acted and happily took in Boundless Sea. Seaside obviously wanted to sell Boundless Sea for the highest price possible. However, the top teams in the alliance weren't interested in a Qi master, and the small teams were uncertain. The unwavering Happy suddenly stood above the crowd. After some negotiation, an agreement was quickly reached. Boundless Sea transferred to Happy. As soon as Happy acted, they grabbed an all-star character. For fans, it was very exciting news. But soon afterwards, doubts about Happy's management style sprouted up, questioning whether Happy would become the next Seaside. 2 all-stars and a bunch of characters to upgrade. Happy was a grassroots team. Their burden had been very heavy to begin with. Even so, in this situation, Happy actually bought an all-star character. Did they have the resources to maintain such a top-tier character? Would Team Happy become like Team Seaside? Would they become a grassroots team that walked the path of a powerhouse until their demise? However, the day after Boundless Sea joined Happy, Happy announced that Boundless Sea's silver weapon, Mirror Moon, had been upgraded to level 75. Everyone was once again shocked. Team Seaside hadn't been able to do it after half a season, yet Happy had done it in just a single day. The people doubting Happy clearly hadn't done a thorough investigation. For example, the club guild leaders definitely wouldn't have given such naive evaluations because no one knew better than them that even though Happy's resources as a whole were certainly lacking, in terms of high-end resources like materials, Happy was quite rich. Ever since the level 75 update, Happy had obtained the most wild bosses among the guilds. Happy's situation was completely different from Seaside's. It could even be said that taking this path to the peak was the most suitable for them. Boundless Sea allowed Happy to avoid the initial stages of character creation, which was exactly where their deficiencies lay. On the other hand, directly upgrading a good character to the top was exactly where their resources lay. However, upgrading a level 70 silver weapon to level 75 in a single day wasn't just an issue of ample resources. It seemed like Team Happy had someone very capable at creating silver equipment. Was it Yi Ziu? Just when everyone made this guess, another report came out. Excellent Era's R&D god had been taken in by Happy after Excellent Era disbanded. Everything was clear now. Excellent Era's R&D team was obviously very proficient with Chi Master equipment. Chi Masters had been a part of their main roster. At Happy, Boundless Sea seemed to be blessed by the heavens. The only thing the character lacked was an outstanding player. Suddenly, the entire glory scene started helping Happy look for a Chi Master. Nami happy birthday Yi Ziu. Thank you all for your support with the Tower of Cheers. We reached 100 million. Also, according to Jui, Yi Ziu's birthday is here, May 29th. Every year, to celebrate his birthday, Yi Ziu fans will change their profile pictures across all forms of social media into an Yi Ziu birthday avatar. Here is the one for this year, I hope y'all join us to celebrate his birthday. You can find the pics on the TKA Discord or on her Tumblr, https://juisansetka, tumblr.com/post/174,054,366,678/juisansetki. Everyone as you should, the king's avatar. Thank you for listening to the story on kevinaudio.com. Chapter 1130 Chapter 1130. Candidates Translator. Namiyami Editor. Namiyami, did he decline? Suma Cheng asked, after seeing Yi Ziu sigh and close his QQ chat window. Yeah. Yi Ziu nodded his head. His tone was filled with regret. Among the current Chi Master pros, the first person Yi Ziu looked for was Guo Yang, who was originally part of Excellent Era. After Excellent Era had been relegated from the Alliance, Guo Yang had joined Team Wind Howl. There was no need to question the skill of a player that had been part of Excellent Era's main roster. Yi Ziu and Suma Cheng used to be his teammates. They already had good synergy with each other, so Guo Yang would have a much easier time assimilating into Happy compared to any other candidate. As a result, even though Chen Guo wasn't too pleased with it, she had to admit that in theory, Guo Yang was their best choice. Unfortunately, Guo Yang very resolutely declined Yi Ziu's invitation. Compared to Happy, he looked more favorably upon Wind Howl's future. Although he wasn't in an important position at Wind Howl right now, Fang Rui's departure had been confirmed. When his old Excellent Era teammate Liu Hao joined the team, Guo Yang felt like the day he had been waiting for had finally come. Happy. No thanks. Guo Yang wasn't interested in Yi Ziu's invitation. Even though Boundless Sea was certainly very enticing, Guo Yang felt like that alone wasn't enough to convince him. He had once been part of a powerhouse. The character that he had used previously, Chi Breaker, had been top tier too, so his standards and ambitions were high. He didn't just want a good character. He wanted a team of powerful teammates and a team of powerful characters. Wind Howl suited him. As for Happy, he didn't feel like he needed to run away to a new team. So what if you had Boundless Sea? I'm not some small fry who hasn't seen the world. Why not try Song Zio? Guo Yang said to Yiziu. Yiziu could only close his chat window after seeing this recommendation. He could obviously tell that Guo Yang was being sarcastic. Song Zio's position in Team Blue Rain was solid. He had a powerful character and his future at Team Blue Rain was bright. There was no reason for him to try out Team Happy. As a result, Yiziu hadn't put Song Zio as a candidate. But with this recommendation, it was clear that Guo Yang felt like his situation was the same as Song Zio's. To him, Happy was being delusional, asking him to join. Thus, there was nothing more to say. Wind Howl had made it to last season's semifinals. Their momentum was going strong. Transferring from this type of team to a new team didn't make any sense. Yiziu had thought that he had a chance because Guo Yang didn't have too important of a position in Wind Howl, but Guo Yang seemed to be optimistic about his future at Wind Howl, so there was no point wasting any more time with him. Zhao Yang had retired. Song Zio wasn't an option. Guo Yang had confidently declined. There were only 3 more Chi Masters in the alliance. Team Heavenly Swords Ning Yuan, Team Parades Zhao Bin, Team Radiant Sun Heowen. These 3 guilds had superb relationships with Happy in the game. However, the team was an entirely different matter. Team Heavenly Swords was an exception. Lu Guaning was very kind to them. If they really asked Heavenly Swords for a trade, it wouldn't be too difficult, relatively speaking. But the problem was that Team Heavenly Swords was a team made up of friends. Lu Guaning's group of friends firmly occupied their spots on the main roster. Even if Zhou Zekai, Huang Xiaoshan, Wang Jixi, etc. came to Team Heavenly Swords, the only spot for them would be as the 6th player. As for Ning Yuan, Yiziu had no idea where Lu Guaning found him. He had most likely been invited to meet the minimum requirements to form a team. An entire season had passed, and he had never appeared on stage. Unless Lu Guaning's friend group had all their hands broken, he would probably never go on stage. If Happy actually asked, Yiziu reckoned that Lu Guaning would probably just gift him to them. Lu Guaning didn't care. After all, the chances of all 5 friends breaking their hands were very low. How could Happy dare to use this type of player, though? This person was a substitute with no future at Team Heavenly Swords, yet this person was still calm and composed. It looked like he knew very well that he was just there as a stopgap. He didn't have any excessive thoughts. Just from this middling ambition alone, no one would want to place their team's hopes on him. Team Parades Zhao Bin and Team Radiant Sun Heowen were from bottom-tier to middle-tier teams. It was hard not to overlook them. These 2 didn't have anything that would make people's eyes light up. They were still better choices than Ning Yuan, though. However, if Happy wanted to be the champions, getting a player better than Ning Yuan was far from enough. Chen Guo looked at Yiziu. She didn't know what other plans he had. Going from their theory of many monks but not much gruel, the outstanding Chi Master players were probably buried by others. But from the looks of it, they were buried so deeply that there weren't any suitable candidates in the pro scene. Maybe the outstanding Chi Masters were buried in the game because no team needed them. Or there was an outstanding seedling at some club's training camp. Like Excellent Era, Yiziu should be very familiar with Excellent Era's training camp. Excellent Era had a Chi Master as part of the main roster, so if an outstanding Chi Master seedling was found, it was very likely for Excellent Era to keep him or her. Excellent Era may have disbanded, but it wasn't like these outstanding seedlings disappeared. This should be another possible solution. Chen Guo trusted that Yiziu hadn't just started coming up with plans after buying Boundless Sea. When he decided to get boundless sea, he probably had ideas in mind. Yu Yang was their first choice. He had declined unfortunately, but it wasn't likely that Yiziu put all his eggs in one basket. What next? Chen Guo didn't ask. She quietly walked to Yiziu's side. Chen Guo was able to maintain her composure better than in the past. She wouldn't panic before she got a clear understanding of the situation. Yiziu was scrolling through his QQ friends list, but after scrolling for a while, Chen Guo was finally starting to get nervous. No way, we've reached a dead end. There are no more choices. Just when she was worrying, she saw Yiziu turn his head to the side and ask Sima Cheng, "Do you have Song Zio as a friend?" "Song Zio? Isn't he pretty unlikely?" Sima Cheng said. Cheng Guo was dumbstruck. Hadn't they already crossed out Song Zio as a candidate? Did Yiziu have a way? Even though Sima Cheng was puzzled, she still told Yiziu, "I don't have him, but he's in the chat group." "Oh, right," Yiziu mumbled. He found Team Blue Rain's receding tides in the pro player chat group and messaged him, but he didn't get any response back. Then Chen Gu saw as Yiziu scrolled through his friends' list and found Troubling Rain, Huang Xiaoshan, Song Zio's teammate in Team Blue Rain. Chen Gu was feeling dizzy. Then she saw Yiziu type, "Is Song Zio there? Have him check his QQ." "Song Zio, why are you looking for him? If you're looking for him, why are you asking me?" "FCK, no way, what are you doing? What do you want? Are you trying to get Song Zio to join? Are you drunk? Why would Song Zio be interested? You should ask Guo Yang. You guys know each other. He's at Wind Howl and he's not doing too well either." Huang Xiaoshan replied promptly. Chatting with him was very fast-paced. As for whether asking him would save time, only a wise man knew. For example, take his recommendation. Let alone Yiziu already trying. In reality, the pro circle had already discussed it and felt like Guo Yang was very suitable for Happy. "Let's cut the nonsense. Is he there?" Yiziu didn't act like someone asking for a favor. "It looks like you're dead set on him. Hold on." Huang Xiaoshan typed. Not long afterwards, he sent Yiziu an invite. He had formed a group and added Song Zio into it. However, he was also there, watching on the side. Yiziu cut to the chase and happily stated, "What do you think, Song Zio? Are you interested in coming over and becoming a champion with us?" "Ha ha ha, champion, this probably isn't even your biggest selling point, right?" "Song Zio, keep listening," Huang Xiaoshan said. "Happy has a great environment, it's very quiet," Yiziu said. "FCK off, FCK off, FCK off." Huang Xiaoshan spoke first. "Haha, I was almost tempted." This time Song Zio replied too. "Of course, I was almost tempted." Many hadn't been tempted, it was another rejection. His words still stabbed at Huang Xiaoshan's heart though. Huang Xiaoshan was quiet at the moment. Yiziu was wondering whether those two were fighting right now. Of course, Yiziu hadn't looked for Song Zio for fun. He had wanted to give it a try. The discussion in the chat group wasn't a very serious one. In reality, in his private chat window with Song Zio, he was still trying to persuade him. "Think of Happy's chances of winning the championships. Maybe you'll feel interested afterwards," Yiziu said. In terms of pure resources, Happy indeed couldn't compete with Blue Rain. But what they did have was the possibility of shocking the world. Maybe he was the type who sought novelties and was willing to give it a try. "Haha, I'm kinda looking forward to it, but I still think Team Blue Rain has better chances." Reality proved that Song Zio was rather practical and wise. He didn't seek novelties. "You're not interested in creating history," Yiziu said. "History? Just think, a new team winning the championships. Wouldn't that be exciting?" Yiziu said. I think I'll pass. Young people have no drive these days, they're so depressing," Yiziu said. "I'm feeling quite good where I'm at really," Song Zio said. "Think about it carefully. If you're interested, contact me anytime," Yiziu said. "Honestly, there's a tiny part of me that's tempted, but I'm still more afraid that I'll regret it." Song Zio was a nice person. He didn't hide his real thoughts, but because he made it clear, he didn't drag on his refusal. He was a person who was confident in his decisions. "What a pity," Yiziu expressed his regret, but he didn't pursue it any further. Another refusal. Yiziu shook his head and sighed. That shouldn't be surprising though, no, Chen Guo said. She had to admit that when Yiziu talked about the possibility of creating history, she thought it might have been possible. Words like that were truly moving. Yeah, Yiziu said. His mindset had been that he might as well try. What now? Chen Guo finally asked. Yiziu replied. He clicked on the chat group that he hadn't closed yet and clicked on someone. Dirty Fang, have you ever thought about changing classes? What do you think about Chi Masters? There's one waiting just for you. Yiziu typed into the new chat window. Chapter 1131, Persuasion Translator, Namiyami Editor, Namiyami, are you joking? Fang Rui was also online, so he quickly replied back to Yiziu. I'm not joking, I'm serious, think about it. Yiziu said. Change my class. Yup, Chi Master. Yeah, you're not joking. Of course not. You've got to be kidding me. Fang Rui sent about 20 emojis to express his confusion and bafflement. It wasn't like no pro had never changed classes before. Quite a few pros had even made breakthroughs after changing classes. However, Fang Rui was an all-star who had already proven his abilities. He didn't need to make some kind of breakthrough. In fact, he would bear greater risks if he changed his class. The risk would be for both himself and the team he joined, so Fang Rui could only interpret this as a joke from Yiziu. You're not that unfamiliar with Chi Masters, right? Yiziu asked. I can't be unfamiliar with any of the classes, Fang Rui said. Indeed, this was because they had to know themselves and their enemies well. As a pro player, he couldn't be unfamiliar with any of the 24 classes. In fact, one could say that a pro player could choose a random class and still be more skilled than a normal player. In the eyes of a normal player, every one of the pros was proficient at every class. Of course, Yiziu was a grandmaster at an even higher level, who no one else in the league could compare with. That was how he had earned the title Glory Textbook. Not being unfamiliar with any class was definitely not a reason for one to change classes. You're different. I remember when you started off at Blue Rain's training camp, you were a Chi Master, no? Yiziu asked. Damn, you even know that. Fang Rui was shocked. Excellent Era always paid a considerable amount of attention toward Chi Masters, Yiziu said. I know. I saw a lot of comments that said if you had managed to recruit Zhao Yang, the rookie who joined Season 3, things might have turned out differently in Season 4. Fang Rui said. Of course, but our monopolization would have destroyed the greatest charm of competition suspense. In order to let the Glory League develop further, we could only restrain ourselves a little and not upgrade our potential to the limit. What a pity, Yiziu said. Fuck, are you serious? Fang Rui was astonished. You're so easy to trick, and you call yourself the master of playing dirty. Looks like I'll have to reconsider if Happy should offer you a position, Yiziu said. Fang Rui sent 2 lines of speechless emojis before replying. Hurry and reconsider then, stop bothering me. Seems like you have a lot of faith in your future, Yiziu asked. It's all right. Fang Rui wasn't being arrogant. After he confirmed he would be transferring, all sorts of analysis flooded his way. Fang Rui's transferring options seemed numerous. Every strong team in the league, apart from Wind Howl who didn't want him, could offer him a position. You want to go to Samsara to form a 5 All-Stars Galacticos? Yiziu asked. That would be the most amusing possibility. After Samsara took in Sun Xiang and 1 Autumn Leaf, they had 4 all-star players who were all capable of playing at the front lines. If they could take in Fang Rui and Doubtful Demon, then the team would have been extravagant enough to make one suffocate. As a team who had the ambition of starting another dynasty, everyone was wondering if Samsara would be so tyrannical. Unfortunately, Samsara can't endlessly know. It's very difficult to support 5 all-star players. On top of that, Joe Zekai's contract would be due next summer, so Samsara would pay any price to keep him. Would you compete with Joe Zekai? Yiziu asked. I wouldn't dare. Fang Rui appeared to be calm. This was because Samsara had already expressed that they weren't interested in him. He liked how amusing a 5 all-star player team would be. Plus, they were a champion team. If he could get in, then it would have definitely been his top choice. Unfortunately, Samsara's response was very straightforward, which might be because of what Yiziu had analyzed. Team Tyranny has your old partner, Old Lin, and those few are not far from retiring, which would stabilize your position in the future. It seems like a good choice, Yiziu said, but continued. But even if your position is stable without those old guys, who would be around you? Would Tyranny still have the ability to compete for the championship title? They are currently gambling with all they have, but their future isn't clear. Fang Rui didn't rebut, because this was indeed what Tyranny was criticized for the most. Their aging problem was fatal. They lacked a structure that could help them stably transition. Once the few old players retired, then they would have to re-establish themselves. The risks were fairly great because it was possible for the team to not recover from the fall. Yiziu was only stating a possibility when he said Fang Rui might have a stable position after the old players retired. It was obvious that Fang Rui would be thinking deeper for his future. He considered that when Tyranny needed to reconstruct themselves from ground zero, they might not need him anymore. Then, he would be stuck in choosing where to transfer to again. It wasn't a good thing for players to constantly drift around if they aimed for something great. Although there was the saying that if a tree moves, it dies, while if people move, they grow. However, those who move constantly are nomadic, which sounded depressing. Moving on to Tiny Herb. After underwent the large adjustments last summer, their player lineup is quite good and they're getting along very well. If they add a new member, they would have to readjust their strategies. I think they would be hesitant to recruit you. Then we have Blue Rain. Their ace is stable and their rookie has a bright future, but the departure of a player like Yu Feng also made a clear impact on them. Blue Rain indeed needs a strong player, and it can't be replenished by some new rookie. Unfortunately, this person can't be you. Blue Rain's tactic is giving Huang Xiaoshan enough freedom. If they add someone dirty like you, by the time the team matches start, 2 out of 5 players would disappear. That would leave them with a healer, a handicapped player, and someone random. Unless Team Blue Rain are masochists, they probably won't consider recruiting you. Yiziu finished analyzing the 4 teams which were undoubtedly the current mainstream powerhouses. In many people's eyes, the other top 8 teams like Misty Rain, Void, and 100 Blossoms from last season were still a step lower. Wind Howl was currently shifting away from this group, but this was the team that Fang Rui was leaving from. After Yiziu finished his analysis, Fang Rui stayed silent for a long time. A few days had passed since he made his mind to transfer. The conditions Yiziu had analyzed were proven in reality. Samsara firmly refused. Fang Rui was personally hesitant with Tyranny, while on the other hand, Tiny Herb was the side who expressed their hesitation. As for Blue Rain, they had a discussion with Wind Howl but gave a vague reply. Apparently, they were contacting another team so they could bring together a large-scale transfer which involved a few other teams. It seemed that Blue Rain wasn't interested in Fang Rui, but wanted to use the marketing effect of Fang Rui's transfer to gain what they needed. No wonder that team revolved around opportunism. They even acted that way in a transfer. From what I see now, teams that are not top tier would be a better choice. Team Misty Rain's tactics are pretty unusual. They have long-ranged classes as their main forces, while also relying on skills to weave around to create chaos. Li Hua is currently taking this responsibility. I think you'd be a good candidate because you'd provide more variations and options for them. Moving on to Void, I think Li Xuan mentioned that they needed more shamelessness in Weibo. He wasn't entirely joking. The Ghostblade duo need another capable helper. Then there's 100 Blossoms. They are remaking their old path, but they also have a new style. If you join them, you might give them new ideas and help them make a breakthrough. These three were the top 8 teams from last season, but apart from them, there is another team that I strongly recommend. Yiziu said. It's Happy, right? Fang Rui thought about Yiziu's shamelessness. Nope, it's Thunderclap. Yiziu said. Thunderclap. Fang Rui was surprised. That's right, with Xiao Shikin there, you won't have to worry about not being able to develop your skills. He is someone who can use his tactics to maximize everyone's abilities. Especially with his year in excellent era, he improved a lot. Thunderclap currently seems to be no different from before, but I am optimistic about their future. Yiziu said. What, you're not going to mention Happy? Fang Rui was confused. What, you're interested? See, I knew you would be interested in Happy the most, right? Yiziu asked. Interested my ass. Fang Rui's words were rather disrespectful towards the team, but it was obvious that he was extremely annoyed. Firstly, Happy will let you show off your rich experience in changing classes. Yiziu said. FCK off, who are you saying is experienced in changing classes? Fang Rui said. You started off as a Chi master, then Wind Howl recruited you. They originally wanted to train you as a brawler to succeed Old Lin, but for some reason you ended up changing into a thief to partner with him. You've changed classes 3 times and you're telling me you are not experienced? Yiziu asked. That doesn't count. Fang Rui yelled. The experience Yiziu mentioned was true, but the problem was that he was in the training camp at the time. For a player, the training camp was like a school where everything wasn't set in stone yet, so it was natural for him to make changes. However, when he became an official pro player, he had stayed as a thief. Fang Rui was only testing out what his best options were when he changed classes at the training camp. It was only when one's class was set and then changed could it be counted as changing classes. Frankly speaking, Happy is not as weak as you think. Our goal is not low-key at all, we are aiming to be champions. Look at our formation, there's Suma Cheng and me. With your addition, wouldn't we have 3 all-stars at the front lines? Yiziu asked. What about the others? Fang Rui asked. The rookies are all rising stars. All the big teams kneeled and begged for us to sell them, but they were kicked away. Yiziu said. Yeah, right. Fang Rui spoke with disdain, but knew that this wasn't a baseless claim. Many teams thought highly of Happy's Tang Ru, but apparently this girl wasn't interested in any other team. A team even threw out a large contract that contained the price completely unfit for a rookie, but she denied the offer without even taking a look. I'm not bragging. Even though Happy currently has weak characters, we are gradually improving. As long as we get through the early stages smoothly, we will gain an advantage in our high-end upgrades. We proved this by upgrading Boundless Sea's weapon to level 75 within a day. Yiziu said the King's Avatar Chapter 1132-1133 Chapter 1132. Change classes and synchronize your rhythm to our growth. Translator. Namiyami Editor. Namiyami Yiziu and Fang Rui casually discussed. Although it was impossible to know what Fang Rui was thinking, Chen Guo, standing beside Yiziu, had been petrified for a while now. It was only after Yiziu made this statement, and Fang Rui didn't reply for a while, did she finally come back to her senses. What's this all about? Fang Rui, Chen Guo immediately asked. Didn't you say earlier that getting Fang Rui would be impossible? Fang Rui as a thief would be impossible, but if he changed classes to Chi Master, that could be possible, said Yiziu. Why? Chen Guo didn't understand. Because thieves are more expensive than Chi Masters, said Yiziu. That's it. Chen Guo was slightly confused. Happy obtained Boundless Sea for 5.5 million, which was an extremely low price for an all-star account. But Doubtful Demon hadn't fallen that far in status. Its price would likely be at least 10 million. The difference was obviously large. But aside from this, Fang Rui's transfer fee and salary would put great pressure on Happy. They would definitely need to use some of Wei Chen's 18 million. Don't think so much for now. Right now, the important thing is to convince him, Yiziu said. Fang Rui switching classes to Qi Master, can he actually do it? Asked Chen Guo. I'm not 100% sure either, but Guo Yang and Song Zio both rejected us, so we have to go for the next best thing and take a slightly riskier route, said Yiziu. Aside from Fang Rui, what are our other risky options? Asked Chen Guo. Those who don't fit us very well or who aren't as skilled would be our other riskier options, Yiziu said. He replied. The chat window suddenly flashed with a notification, and Chen Guo immediately pointed it out. Yiziu took a look. Fang Rui had typed 2 words, go on. Dirty. Yiziu first sent this contemptuous reply. This guy didn't bother with engaging in a dialogue with Yiziu. He just wanted to hear all that Yiziu had to say. But this could be considered a good sign. He was willing to listen, which meant that he wasn't completely resistant to the idea. He didn't think that this was inconceivable. What he needed now was more convincing evidence. What else is there to say? Don't you want to be a champion? Yiziu asked. Let's be real, who would believe that your team Happy can win the championships? Fang Rui asked. After considering Yiziu's personality, he hurriedly added, aside from Happy yourselves. Does belief matter? Then, do you believe you can get the championship? Yiziu asked. Of course I believe I can. Fang Rui, master of playing dirty, responded unusually quickly to this question. But after doing so, he realized that this question could have been a linguistic trap, so he quickly added, but I still have no way of believing that I can do so at Happy. You believe you can win a championship, but as of now you still haven't. I also believe that I can win a championship, and I've won 3. Just by looking at this, it seems that my belief is more convincing than yours. And right now I believe in Happy. What about you? Yiziu said. Fang Rui spat blood. What linguistic trap, how low end. He used his solid but very much real 3 championship cups to smash Fang Rui's baseless confident belief. But this sort of argument was meaningless. It didn't say anything about Happy's actual strength. He really shouldn't get wrapped up in such an argument with this person. At this moment, Yiziu responded with a question of his own. You know, I've always wondered, why is it exactly that no one believes that Happy can win the championship? Because, Fang Rui typed this word and then he discovered he didn't know what to say. Because of what? A team's strength primarily came from 2 components, the players and the characters. Players. Happy had Yiziu and Suma Cheng, and if they gained Fang Rui as well, in addition to the talented rookies who had earned the world's attention, there was no reason for their roster to be considered weak. Then, the characters. Their characters were currently relatively weak, but as Yiziu already said, as long as they got through the early stages, then once they reached the higher level upgrades, they actually had an advantage. Fang Rui understood to what he was referring to. The pro players had participated in the fight for wild bosses in the heavenly domain after the level 75 update, so he knew how Happy had dominated all of the other guilds, and therefore the other pro teams. This meant that Happy was rich in the rare materials needed to upgrade level 75 equipment. But a character's strength couldn't simply be measured with how many materials were available. The skill of the R&D department and the character's skill points played a role too. And even if Happy was rich in higher-level rare materials, that only meant that later upgrades would be easier. They would still struggle during the early stages. On this end, Happy was in a rather confusing situation. At first glance, it seemed like their character's strength wouldn't be a problem, but this appearance couldn't withstand a detailed examination. After thinking over this carefully for a while, Fang Rui finally replied to Yiziu's question. Right now, in terms of players, aside from you and Suma Cheng, they're all rookies, and their instability is evident. Rookies can be unstable, but don't underestimate the value of a rookie's ability to grow, especially talented rookies. Yiziu said. In terms of characters, you've definitely gotten a lot of high-level materials over this past year, but do you have enough low-level ones? It's comparably easier to obtain low-level materials. We've already established guilds in various areas to build up our reserves. Even if we lack some things, it wouldn't be difficult to obtain them. We could easily get them from the market, Yiziu said. Once or twice, maybe, but does Happy have the funds for frequent transactions? Fang Rui asked. Only frequent equipment production failures will use up too many materials. But Happy invited the core of excellent eras R&D, and his skill and experience will allow us to minimize waste, Yiziu said. With that, Fang Rui realized that even the issue of the R&D department had been addressed by this guy. What about skill points? How are the skill points on your characters? Fang Rui said. Number 1 in the universe, Yiziu said. Fucking hell, straight to the universe. Even if Fang Rui wanted to retort with and I'm number 1 in Roman 20, he couldn't, because there was no bigger environment than the universe. But he'd have to believe those words. But before Fang Rui even had a chance to figure out how to mock that statement, Yiziu had already sent an image to him. You photoshopped this, didn't you? Fang Rui cried out in shock. The image was of a character's skill tree. Where the number of skill points used was displayed, there flashed a domineering 5,500 points. At level 75, that meant maxed skill points. Wasn't that even scarier than Team Samsara? Would I use such low methods? Yiziu scoffed. Are there other characters like that? Fang Rui asked. Sign a contract with us, then I'll show you all our secrets, Yiziu said. Then just tell me in general around how many skill points the others are at. Fang Rui asked. They're pretty much all like this. 5,400 is the lowest, belonging to a character that can't even raise its head in Happy, Yiziu said. Fang Rui continued to be shocked. 5,400, his doubtful demon in Wind Howl was only at 5355, and that was after he'd lucked out with a 20-point skill point from Ghost Parade. Even with that, at Happy, that'd be a character that couldn't even lift its head. Now do you see how powerful our Happy is? These are all secrets I shouldn't have told you, Yiziu said. Fang Rui was still recovering from the shock of the skill points. Okay, then if Happy has so much potential in all these areas, then I think it's strange why not also get Doubtful Demon for me to use, Fang Rui said. Good question, said Yiziu. I hope that didn't stump you, Fang Rui said. Nonsense. If that were a difficult question, then there'd be no reason for me to do all of this, Yiziu said. So the reason is... No money, Yiziu said. Aside from a spitting blood emoji, what else could Fang Rui say? No money is just one of the reasons. If we had a lot of funds, we would consider getting both you and Doubtful Demon, but we would only consider it. In the end, Happy doesn't need a dirty thief. We need more tactical analysis and research. However, if the option of a Chi Master is there, I would absolutely take it. So we got Boundless Sea, and now we shoulder the risk of having you switch classes, Yiziu said. Because all of the other Chi Master players rejected you, Fang Rui asked. Yup, choosing them would be the safe option, but if it's you, you might have something they don't. Yiziu said, such as the ability to grow, Yiziu said. You want to use me like a rookie? Fang Rui asked. During this season, Happy will continue to grow throughout, whether the players or the characters. This is a factor of instability, but it will also be our weapon. And your change of class will allow you to synchronize with this rhythm of growth. We will constantly develop new content, bringing surprises to everyone again and again. Unexpected, don't you like that word? Yiziu said. Fang Rui of course liked this word, very much in fact, because unexpected truly encapsulated the style of playing dirty. Through our unexpected playing, we'll obtain an unexpected victory. And you? Do you want to unexpectedly change classes? That definitely has the sneakiness of your dirty playing, said Yiziu. Fang Rui seemed as though he were reaching the end of his deliberation. I'll come visit Happy and then decide, was his final decision. Welcome. Yiziu wasn't too disappointed. A transfer was a player's investment in his future, and that wasn't even considering the risk of changing classes. If the class change was successful, that was a breakthrough. But if it wasn't successful, then not only was it unfortunate, it was possible that when the player tried to change back, he wouldn't be able to discover the old feeling again, and the player's skill would be ruined for good. For such an important matter, Yiziu didn't expect that a decision could be reached with a chat window. Steamed Bun was probably the only person who could make such a life-changing decision so casually, and of course Yiziu didn't want everyone to be like Steamed Bun. You really convinced him. This result shocked Chen Guo. Not just him, I even convinced myself. Yiziu said, how? I suddenly feel that having Fang Rui change classes is really an exceptionally wonderful decision. Yiziu said, you only like the sneakiness of this plan, don't you? Chen Guo looked at him coldly. No. Our team is still lacking in many areas, so if we want to obtain unbelievable results, then we need unconventional moves. Later we'll move slowly, but this time we'll take this leap. Yiziu said chapter 1133. Fang Rui's first day at Happy Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami, great Fang Rui, welcome. Please go up the stairs through here. Chen Guo furtively greeted the person, who had just arrived outside of Happy Internet Cafe. She looked back cautiously to detect any signs of movement from the customers in the cafe. Living up to his reputation as the master of playing dirty, Fang Rui immediately understood and followed Chen Guo nimbly after a quick nod. He was here to watch Happy. He wouldn't want to be watched by others upon arrival. However, before he headed upstairs, Fang Rui couldn't help but look back. What he saw across the road was completely different from his memory. Fang Rui wasn't a stranger to this street. He used to come here for the away games against Excellent Era. By the time he came again, Excellent Era was no longer there. But across the street, a new team was born in an internet cafe. The thought that this team might become his new home made him emotional over the changes that took place over time. Fang Rui followed Chen Guo to the second floor of the internet cafe. He walked past small, individual rooms, the R&D department, the guild department. Compared to Club Wind Howl, Happy was obviously pitifully tiny. Chen Guo, who was walking in front, felt nervous. She didn't know what sort of thoughts this god would have about the simplicity of Happy. Chen Guo only hoped that this wouldn't influence his first impression that Happy's skills were also simple. They didn't walk for long before they reached the training room. Chen Guo took note of Fang Rui's expression when she invited him in, but failed to pick out anything. When Fang Rui entered the training room, he saw familiar faces like Yiziu and Suma Cheng. They soon finished introducing the unknown rookies of Happy individually. So many hot girls. This was the first thought that came across Fang Rui's mind upon his visit to Happy. So, Chen Guo forcibly swallowed the word dirty from traveling out. Although it was rather dirty of Fang Rui to only mention the girls, his gaze didn't dwell on them. His opinion remained an opinion. He had come here for actual business. Would you like to try the account for Boundless Sea? Yiziu was a lot more direct. He was already walking over with Boundless Sea's account card. Isn't this too soon? Frankly speaking, it was still too much for Fang Rui to change classes. Although he had come over, he was still very hesitant. What else is there to do? You've basically finished the tour around Happy, Yiziu said. Chen Guo's face reddened. Happy was truly tiny. It only took them 1 minute to finish touring the place. Fang Rui ended up being a bit unprepared due to how quick the tour ended. Everything had happened too quickly. Drop the formalities and hurry up. We actually need to assess you to see if you have any future with your Chi Master's skills. If you don't, you might as well go back to your thief, Yiziu said. This was way too direct. It meant that whether Fang Rui could get in Happy wasn't solely based on himself. Happy also needed to see if he could play the Chi Master well enough. Chen Guo immediately panicked when she heard this. Fang Rui was already a top-tier thief player, so changing classes was completely unnecessary. Now that Yiziu spoke with such attitude, would Fang Rui just leave? Fuck. In the end, Fang Rui didn't have such a bad temper. He accepted the account card for Boundless Sea from Yiziu after swearing. He swiped the card and logged in. At the same time, you can also experience happy strength, Yiziu said. Oh, Fang Rui did have such intentions. He looked around at the rookies of Happy with interest. Who would be his first opponent? Then he saw Yiziu sitting down across from him. What are you doing? Fang Rui asked. Rookie Yiziu would like to experience the great Fang Rui's Chi Master. Yiziu spoke deeply. Fuck off. Fang Rui almost flipped the table. An unspecialized, don't you want to experience it? Yiziu asked. Then let's play a round. Fang Rui accepted after a short moment of thought. The two entered the arena in game. When Boundless Sea logged on, it naturally attracted a lot of attention, but since there was a password set for the room, people could only see where they headed to without being able to enter. It was obvious that everyone from Happy would be watching, so they all came rushing over. Just when they were about to settle down and enjoy with a comfortable pose, the match finished. Not bad. Fang Rui spoke with a calm expression. To last for 1 minute and 38 seconds is not bad indeed. Yiziu was also calm. I haven't played as a Chi Master in 5 years, Fang Rui said. You're lying, you haven't touched it even once in private, are you that heartless? Yiziu asked. Fang Rui was at a loss for words. It was impossible for him to not touch the class at all. Putting Fang Rui aside, any pro player would occasionally play the other classes for fun. If they needed to study a certain class in depth, then they would play that class more often. Shall I give you another chance? Yiziu asked. Can I fight someone else? Fang Rui asked. Sure. Yiziu stood up and left, but Sima Cheng took his place. Fang Rui nearly swore again. Then he battled with Dancing Rain. Fang Rui lost again, but this time within 2 minutes. Although it was true that a pro player would still be a lot stronger than normal players even when playing another class, that was because the pros relied on their mechanics and experience. If they had to fight another pro player with the same mechanics and experience, then the unfamiliarity with an unspecialized class would be magnified. Fang Rui knew very clearly that he had no chance of winning against Yiziu and Sima Cheng, so he didn't dwell on his loss too much. He only thought that Yiziu was too shameless in setting him up to fight strong opponents he could never beat. Luckily, Sima Cheng retreated after this match and was replaced by Tang Ru. Fang Rui was trembling with excitement and prepared to teach the rookies just how scary top-tier players in the league could be. But in the end, the match finished in 1 minute and 20 seconds. The time was even shorter than the match with Yiziu. The speed that a match finished in was closely tied to the player's playstyle and character, so it was insufficient to judge a player's skill according to the amount of time they took to win. Tang Ru obviously wasn't as skilled as Yiziu, but her straightforward and bold playstyle made Fang Rui even more flustered. He made thief moves subconsciously, and only realized he was using a Chi Master when the character made no reactions. Hey, this pretty girl is good. This time, Fang Rui lost the match rather unnaturally. He was a top-tier god after all. Even if he was using the Chi Master, he believed he could fight a rookie, but he ended up losing so directly. The rookies from Happy were a lot more fearsome than he had imagined. After that, it was Kaio Yifen's turn. Ghost Blades weren't specialized in fighting 1v1, and adding on the fact that Kaio Yifen was cautious and careful, this round wasn't as violent as the previous 3 rounds. Under the slow pace, Fang Rui was finally able to reveal some of his fundamentals as a Chi Master. However, the match still ended with his loss after a few minutes. After losing against a class that wasn't strong in 1v1s, Fang Rui felt even more embarrassed. After that, it was Steamed Bun's turn. After a chaotic battle, Fang Rui lost in utter confusion. Fang Rui attempted to say something to liven up the atmosphere, so he cracked a joke with the next person who came to fight. However, this person's face stayed emotionless as he sat on his seat and started the fight. When Mo Fan came up, he fought silently and killed Fang Rui's Chi master without saying a single word. Fang Rui no longer had the energy to say anything. At this time, the person sitting across from him was eagerly chatting with him. "Can you even win one round?" Wei Chen asked as he sat down. Fang Rui was gloomy. If he had been playing as a thief, then he would have the confidence to fight with anyone, but since he was playing as a Chi master, it felt as if his hands and feet were tied. He had already grown used to a thief's decision-making habits after many years, so how was it possible to change all of these instantly with ease? He wasn't a textbook like Yiziu. In the new round, Fang Rui was slowly tortured to death by a warlock with an abnormally long casting range. Who was he? He was a top-tier player in glory. How long has it been since he had been toyed with like that? This loss was nauseating enough for Fang Rui to puke. Then he looked at the players from Happy and saw that every one of them was trembling with excitement. Were they there to gain experience from him? And what's up with that four eyes over there? He was the cleric, right? Was he going to join in and bully him too? Fang Rui was furious. Although the style of playing dirty required one to abandon their pride, the master of playing dirty currently found it difficult to keep his face. "Who's next?" Fang Rui grumbled. Luo Jai lifted his hand on the other side and sat down timidly. He glanced uneasily at the companions around him. "What are you afraid of? He's easy to beat, hurry and fight." Steamed Bun cheered his apprentice Luo Jai on. "Easy to beat." Fang Rui glared at Steamed Bun. This guy only won the previous match out of pure luck. It would be hard to determine who would be the victor if they fought for a few more rounds. This rookie was so arrogant to the point that he didn't know how vast the sky was. Fang Rui thought to himself as he let out all his resentment in this match. Unfortunately, Luo Jai had the lowest skill in Happy, so even if he was considered skilled among normal players, there was a significant gap between him and pro players. It was obvious that he couldn't resist Fang Rui's Chi master. "Oh my, I have a chance. This opponent sucks," Fang Rui thought with high spirits. Then he started crying on second thought. What was wrong with him? Had he fallen to the point where he could only win when the opponent was bad? This was so embarrassing, so shameful. Fang Rui was able to finish Luo Jai off cleanly and finally achieved his first victory in Happy. Who else is there? Fang Rui desperately needed to prove himself. Yiziu thought for a while and then said, "Should we call Ah Ning up to give it a go?" "Who?" Fang Rui suddenly fell silent with awe. He thought Happy was finally about to reveal their hidden pro. "The cashier for our internet cafe." "Ah Ning also plays Glory?" Chen Guo asked. "I think so," Yiziu said. "You fight me. Yes, you come on. I challenge you to 300 matches," Fang Rui yelled at Yiziu. As a result, Yiziu sat down once again. Fang Rui spent his first day in Happy dueling with the Chi Master account, a class he hadn't touched for many years. He strove to find a breakthrough, but he ended up being slaughtered by Yiziu's Lord Grimm every single time the King's Avatar Chapter 1134 Chapter 1134. Fang Rui's Worry Translator. Namyami Editor. Namyami Fang Rui himself never would have imagined that as soon as he arrived, he would be thrust into a rotating battle session against Happy's entire roster. At first, Fang Rui was truly and thoroughly beaten up. He was unable to immediately change his long-time habits and decision-making, which led to flaws in his Chi master playing and resulted in defeat after defeat. However, as time passed, he gradually adjusted to the class, and his win rate steadily increased. Facing the rookies, he was no longer defeated so soundly. "As expected of the class-changing expert," Yiziu said, standing up. This round, Yiziu's Lord Grimm lost to Fang Rui's Chi Master Boundless Sea. "Class-changing expert my ass." Fang Rui maintained that his earlier classes weren't changing classes, but rather choosing a class in the first place. With this victory against Yiziu, Fang Rui felt as though he had just successfully achieved a major accomplishment. He stretched and casually glanced at the clock. What he saw made him jump in shock. 3 hours. It had already been 3 hours. Fang Rui had completely forgotten the time. His entire heart had been immersed in glory. His mind had been filled only with thoughts of how to play with the Chi Master in his hands and defeat this whole crowd of happy players. And during these 3 hours, Happy had been rotating its members, while he hadn't had any rest aside from the time it took for them to switch. Fang Rui's ability to adapt to the Chi Master, as well as his energy and focus, were all worthy of admiration. After Yiziu stood up, no one went to take his place. Fang Rui looked around, and it seemed like no one else was going to come, so he began to give his commentary on the match that had just ended. "You made too many mistakes in this match," Fang Rui said to Yiziu. "You're right. After seeing you play so hard, I truly couldn't bear it anymore, so I went a little easy on you," said Yiziu. "Fuck, if you're not satisfied then let's go again," Fang Rui yelled. This going easy wasn't considerate at all, at least pretend to hide it. And it was one thing to throw a match so obviously, but to just directly admit it like that after it was over. Just because he was the master of playing dirty didn't mean he had no dignity. "Don't be like that, let's eat first and then go again," Yiziu said. Fang Rui stared blankly. Only now did he realize that he really was a little hungry now. It was about time for dinner. Chengyu had already made dinner plans for all of them, making a reservation at a nearby, relatively nice restaurant. All of Happy headed over, as well as Fang Rui. At the table, Fang Rui didn't say much. His appetite seemed fairly normal. After quickly eating his fill, he played around with the straw in his drink. "You played the Chi Master pretty well. You have a lot of potential." At this moment, Yiziu gave him a high degree of recognition. Fang Rui rolled his eyes and didn't bother to answer. In reality, Fang Rui knew better than anyone else whether he could play a Chi Master. After all, he wasn't some newbie, and he had played Chi Master very early on. He was very clear on whether or not he could manage it, and the fact that he hadn't immediately turned down Yiziu's offer showed that he knew the possibility existed. And he also knew that Yiziu could see this as well. There was no way he had pulled him over here just to test him and see how things went from there. This afternoon of battling was, in theory, to test Fang Rui's ability to change classes to Chi Master. But in reality, it was a way for Fang Rui to see Happy's strength. Happy's strength surpassed Fang Rui's expectations. Each of the rookies had their own styles, and as Yiziu had said, they all had plenty of room to grow. Once they completely matured as players, what kind of power would this team possess? And over the course of this afternoon, not only did he see Happy's players, he was also able to see their characters. Dancing Rain and Boundless Sea were all-star characters that didn't need to be mentioned, as they'd be a strong addition to any team. But Happy's other characters were plenty strong as well, each with silver equipment. Although they couldn't compare to a powerhouse team, they were extremely well off for a new team. "How about it, after seeing everything in person, how do you feel about Happy?" Yiziu now asked him. "Not bad," Fang Rui said. He didn't directly say that Happy was approaching powerhouse levels, but from what he had seen, whether the players or the characters, they had all surpassed his predictions. "Good, then let's talk about your compensation. You saw us, our conditions right now are rather poor. A whole bunch of people crowded in an internet cafe to train. 10 people at a meal and we only have 8 dishes and no soup. What's your current salary?" 6.5 million. "That before or after tax?" "Before tax," Fang Rui said. "It's already that much before tax. Do you have no shame?" Yiziu said. Fang Rui was speechless. What was there to be ashamed about? If you're trying to bargain down my salary, then just directly say it. But the problem was, he clearly still hadn't agreed to join Happy. Why were they already talking about his contract? And also, what was this about 8 dishes and no soup? Wasn't that just because the rest of dishes hadn't been brought out yet? The door of the private room was suddenly pushed open. The server entered with a large tray and placed 2 more dishes on the table. This was really bad timing, Yiziu complained. The rest of the table was silent. To use that as an argument, are you treating Fang Rui as someone who can't count? He was clearly right here with all of us when the dishes were being ordered. But no matter what, Happy still hoped that Fang Rui would concede a little bit when it came to the contract. This point at least Yiziu made clear to Fang Rui. If you have any thoughts, just say them directly. Don't sit there being sneaky. After seeing Fang Rui playing with his drink without saying anything for a while, Yiziu spoke up again. Damn, Fang Rui was gloomy. He was just taking some sips of his drink. What was so sneaky about that? Besides, what thoughts could he have? Happy was really not bad, better than he had expected, but something about this still didn't sit well in his heart. He still feared this drastic change, and this fear caused his hesitation. Even if what he saw at Happy surpassed his expectations, his worry still had yet to be eliminated completely. I don't know, that was that. If only he knew, then Fang Rui would have a way of getting rid of the worry in his heart. Happy was clearly better off than he had imagined, and he had even begun to anticipate Happy's future, so why was he still so uneasy? Was there something about Happy that still nagged at him? The simple accommodations. Fang Rui was never one to care about that. A contract where he'd have to make some compromises. Fang Rui also wasn't one to care too much about money. The identity of being new to the alliance. To be honest, Fang Rui rather liked this identity. It allowed them to bring more surprises. He thought and he thought, but he was still at a loss. He didn't know what he was worried about, but he was worried. The room was quiet. No one even moved to touch the dishes that had just been brought up, and the overall atmosphere was rather cold. Fang Rui, lacking something to say but not wanting the silence to drag on, tossed out a very ordinary question. How did you all come together anyway? Us. Yiziu blinked, and then casually went around the room, describing all of their backstories to Fang Rui. Fang Rui had only wanted to lighten the atmosphere, and so he asked a question that could be discussed for a while. To be honest, he didn't really care about the answer, but as he listened, Fang Rui suddenly jolted. He realized what was worrying him about Happy. After Yiziu finished his introductions, Fang Rui immediately asked a question that was important to him. How many more years do you plan on playing? Me, Yiziu said. Yes, you, Fang Rui said. I hope that I can continue to play forever, Yiziu said. But we both know that that's impossible, Fang Rui said. Especially for you playing an unspecialized, that's a heavy burden on you and it will definitely shorten the lifespan of your career. The fact that you've been able to maintain this condition up until now is already a miracle in my eyes. But how much longer can you maintain it? 1 year, 2 years? This, who can say for sure, Yiziu said. Then, after you retire, what about Team Happy? At last, Fang Rui asked the question that had been worrying him all this time. Every team had its motivation in being established, and this motivation would be the most fundamental force pulling together the members of a team. Just looking at the current alliance, every team's existence was undoubtedly based on profit. All of the bosses of the teams were trying to maximize their profits, so they concentrated on the expansion and development of their teams. But what about this Team Happy? This team was pulled together by Yiziu after his retirement. It didn't have any major financial backing, and the so-called boss was just the boss of an internet cafe who was severely limited in power. Fang Rui could sense that the authority of this supposed boss was ultimately less than that of Yiziu. Then what was Yiziu's motivation in establishing this team? It could be anything, but Fang Rui was certain that it wasn't for profit. Relying on profit to sustain oneself was an uncomfortable feeling. But unfortunately, this was the cruel reality of the world. Only profit was eternal. Aside from that, things like the players' love of glory or their pursuit of the championship title would always fade with the passage of time. And with their declining condition, the players would ultimately have no way of continuing. Yiziu was unquestionably the foundation upon this team could exist, and Fang Rui would never doubt his support and passion for this game. But even with such a heart, Yiziu would leave one day, and this day could come very soon. When that time came, what would happen to Team Happy? Would they have the cohesion that they showed today? Just considering Happy's boss and her financial power, it was uncertain if she could even hold onto all of these talented players. The better Happy performed, the more tragic the scene would be when that day arrived. Speaking of which, Happy's rookies were already exceptional, and Fang Rui was rather surprised that none of them had been pulled away so far. Happy's financial power couldn't compete with any of the other teams. Was Yiziu's presence alone enough to keep them here? Was this guy's personal charisma really that great? Fang Rui had his doubts, but regardless of his charisma or lack thereof, if this team had completely relied on Yiziu to come together, then that only increased the worry in his heart. In this sort of situation, it was truly difficult to predict what Happy's future would look like. If Fang Rui came to Happy, he would be switching classes. He couldn't take such a large gamble on a team that would disperse after Yiziu's departure. "You want to know about Team Happy after my departure," Yiziu said. "Then you'd better ask my boss." The King's Avatar, Chapter 1135, 1136, Chapter 1135. An entirely new future translator, Namiyami editor, Namiyami me. When such a critical question was suddenly sent her way, Chen Guo couldn't help but panic. True, it wasn't like she'd never thought about this question before. She was always working hard to learn and improve, both in order to lighten Yiziu's burden, and so that when Yiziu was no longer around, she could still look after this team. But to suddenly have to answer this question right here and right now, she was completely unprepared. But now, she had no more time. She sensed the significance of this question, that this was Fang Rui asking about Happy's future. And Happy's future would be the deciding factor as to whether or not he would throw his lot in with this team. If she, the boss, didn't have an unshakable resolve, then how could the players be at ease? Chen Guo took a deep breath. It was time to muster her resolve. "Even after Yiziu leaves, Happy will continue forward," she began. "Oh, how so?" Fang Rui asked. "If he's willing, we of course will retain him as a coach or for any position he's interested in." Chen Guo first made plans for Yiziu. "As for the others, I believe that they will have completely matured by then, enough to carry our team," Chen Guo said. "Oh, then how can you guarantee that they won't all just leave?" Fang Rui's gaze suddenly sharpened and became calculating. "There are many temptations in the professional scene. I know that you've already received a few invitations from other teams and declined all of them. But right now, you're still just newbies in the alliance. In a year or two, if you became all-stars, champions, your value will reach a peak. At that time, the temptations you'll face will be unimaginable. Money, status, and countless other things, are you sure that you won't be swayed by any of it?" Fang Rui felt that his speech would pierce straight into the soul, that no one would dare retort. But at that moment, someone at the table said with utter conviction, "I'm sure." It was Tang Ru. What a pretty girl, but right now, in Fang Rui's eyes, she only seemed hypocritical or naive. She didn't even think before opening her mouth and saying, "I'm sure." She seemed to have much too high of an opinion of herself. "The pretty girl sure has confidence, huh?" Fang Rui snickered, and his skepticism was clear in his every word. He was about to teach this arrogant girl something about the real world. "Don't you know? That's nothing." But just as Fang Rui was about to give an example, he was interrupted by Chen Guo. Chen Guo of course knew that Fang Rui wanted to give her a slap in the face, but at the same time she knew that he would fail, and that it would be his own face receiving the slap. To prevent Fang Rui from suffering that awkwardness, it was better to explain first. "She really won't be swayed, really," said Chen Guo. "Oh, her dad is Tang Xiulin. If you don't know him, then look him up online." Chen Guo, sitting next to Fang Rui, patted him on the shoulder. This sort of business tycoon wouldn't be a household name, so Fang Rui truly did not know. However, he at least could tell that this was likely a remarkable background, so he didn't argue, immediately searching up on his phone under the table. Not much longer, he sat up straight again and lifted his head. His facial expression didn't change at all, but he lifted his chopsticks. "Come on everyone, let's eat. How come no one's touched these two dishes that were just brought out?" Everyone laughed, but they didn't call him out. To talk about money and status in front of Tang Ru, that was like talking about glory skill in front of Yiziu. Wasn't it just throwing yourself against a rock? It was impressive enough that Fang Rui remained this calm in the face of that, so let him restabilize. Everyone ate quietly and didn't say much. Fang Rui, who had earlier expressed that he had eaten his fill, was clearly eating the most right now. It was as though he wanted to use this food to erase what had just happened. While he was searching online, he already sensed that this pretty girl had an extraordinary background, but when he finally got his answer, his eyes still almost flew out of his head. "Eat, eat." When Fang Rui said this, he really wanted to eat the plate itself as well. Thus, after that, Fang Rui couldn't bring himself to mention anything else about temptation. What if this Miss Tang just waved her hand and bought out the entire Glory Alliance? Then she'd be the one distributing prize money to the various teams. And he had wanted to talk to her about temptation, temptation his ass. "Ah, happy is really too full of potential, huh?" Fang Rui said. When Chen Guo heard this, she knew that he had misunderstood, treating Tang Ru's background as Happy's background. In reality, these were two completely separate things. Tang Ru was like the rest of them, ordinary players, signing a contract to earn her salary. She didn't exercise any power outside of that. But still, this sort of feeling, the fox pretending to have the power of the tiger, it wasn't a bad feeling at all. Chen Guo glanced at Tang Ru and saw that she was making a face at her right now. Chen Guo laughed. This was something she very much liked about Tang Ru. When Happy found out that she came from such a high background, it seemed like there was some new distance between her and the rest of them. Even Chen Guo, who had known her the best, hadn't adjusted immediately after finding out. But Tang Ru faced this unusual treatment directly. She wasn't arrogant about her background, but she didn't try to avoid it either. She wasn't like the many hypocritical ladies who would want the people around her to treat her like an ordinary person. She was herself, the same Tang Ru she always was, who would never run from anything. And so, the barrier caused by her background gradually faded, and everyone saw that Tang Ru was still Tang Ru, nothing had changed. The barrier only came from each person's imagination, and so when everyone saw reality, everything returned to the way it always was. On the other hand, it was funny and entertaining for these guys around her to watch people be terrified after learning about her background. Such as Fang Rui, who was currently burying himself in his food. There was a long period of time where he didn't say anything, and everyone thought it was just too great. But Chen Guo was, in the end, a responsible person, so she clarified for Fang Rui. "Here, little Tang is just an ordinary player, no different from anyone else," Chen Guo said. Fang Rui nodded. This time he didn't say anything directly, he hid his true thoughts. Tang Ru was just an ordinary player. That was impossible. It looked like this boss Chen hadn't truly understood. Her background meant that she was a wild card, a player that couldn't be controlled by any team, including Happy. Money, status, and so on had no way of tempting her, which also meant they had no way of controlling her. She belonged to herself and herself alone. As long as she wanted to play, she could keep playing with Happy. But if one day she decided she no longer wanted to play, then who would be able to keep her? What would stop her from leaving? The contract. To forcibly break the contract only required money, and would that be a problem for her? Her powerful background placed her above the spirit of the contracts upon which society was built. This was somewhat unfair, but it couldn't be helped. For Tang Ru, they could only rely on her personal character, so Fang Rui didn't say anything more. Yiziu chose this moment to open his mouth. Happy's future will be shaped by its players. You only want to be a spectator taking a ride and reaping the profits. That's just too dirty, too shameless. Do you dare come with us to build the future together? Do you dare come with us to face your so-called unimaginable temptations of money and status? That's right. He was worried about whether or not Happy could keep its players, but what about himself? If he also became a member of Happy, then when that day came, would he also be swayed? Before doubting others, shouldn't he first strengthen his own resolve? If everyone worked together and created a unified team, there was no need to worry this much. If people left, then more would come to replace them. That's right, that's how it should be. Fang Rui slammed his hand on the table. I'll join Happy. Excellent welcome, Chen Yu exclaimed. With me here, the championship has nowhere to run. This dirty player had a face swelled with confidence. Good. Then let's talk about the issue of your contract, Yiziu said. Damn it, can't you let everyone be excited together for 3 or 5 minutes? Fang Rui was depressed. The atmosphere was wonderful, but with talk of money, the feeling was somewhat ruined. Excited about what? Are you a rookie or something? Yiziu said. So what do you think about my contract? Fang Rui said. You see, we're very poor right now, only 10 dishes for 10 people and no soup. Just as he said this, there was a knock at the door again. Excuse me, but could you open the door, please? The soup is here. Kaio Yifen, who was sitting closest to the door, immediately pushed it open, and the server entered with the soup, his forehead coated in sweat. The door was locked. I hope I didn't interrupt. Don't worry, it's fine, Chen Yu said, and the server placed down the soup and quickly left. Shameless, Fang Rui said to Yiziu. In any case, we don't have any money. Yiziu slapped the table. 6.5 million is impossible. How about 650,000? Fuck, don't be too rude. I'm an all-star player after all. If that contract got released to the public, how could I show my face? To everyone else you can say 65 million, Yiziu said. Do you think everyone else is an idiot? Then how much do you want? It's fine if you reduce it a bit, but at least 5 million, don't you think? Fang Rui said. 5 million, do you have no shame? Being an all-star is impressive, sure. I'll toss all my all-star nominations in front of you like a pile of bones. I could bury you in all the honors I've won. And yet, despite my achievements, I have to kneel in front of the boss's door every day and beg to get my pay here at Happy. Who do you think you are, asking for 5 million in front of me? Fang Rui was speechless and then started half crying. That's not what I meant. You youngsters, always thinking about money, money, money. Why don't you think about how much glory you'll obtain by joining Happy? That's something that no amount of money can buy, Yiziu said. Fang Rui was once again speechless. How was this guy so shameless? He made winning a championship seem as easy as buying a red bean bun. If it were truly 100% guaranteed that they'd win a championship, Fang Rui would be willing to join for no money at all. But of course that could never be the case in competition. Chen Yu had enough of this nonsense, and finally interjected with her voice of reason. Right now, we really are tight on money. Aside from your contract, we also still have the transfer fee with Wind Howl, and we don't know what price they'll ask for. This first year, what do you think about 3 million? Compared to that guy, you really are a good person, but this is really too low, I know, but after lasting through the first year, we can discuss again next year if we're in a good position. If you're worried, you can write it in the contract, that's fine too. All right, Fang Rui finally nodded. After all, he didn't come to Happy to get a high-paying contract, so he had been prepared. Ultimately, he was here because he wanted an entirely new future. Chapter 1136, Significant Transfer Translator. Namyumi Editor. Namyumi, everyone suddenly seemed to gain an appetite, so they ordered a few more dishes and ate with a lively atmosphere. Fang Rui left the next day. and all that was left were the contract negotiations with Club Wind Howl. When the player had a preference as to where they were going, it generally wasn't difficult to reach a deal. Wind Howl was truly shocked at Fang Rui's final choice, but in the end they respected his wishes. However, they were disappointed when Happy said that they weren't going to buy Doubtful Demon as well. They had originally planned to sell off Fang Rui and Doubtful Demon together, permanently making the rookies Tang Hao and Zhao use the core of their style, and abandoning the dirty playstyle once and for all. Who would have thought that Fang Rui would leave without his character? He actually wanted to change classes to Chi Master. Are you sure? There were still feelings between Wind Howl and Fang Rui after so many years. For someone who'd already become an all-star player, it seemed like there was no reason for him to change classes. It was illogical. Seeing that Fang Rui wanted to do this, Wind Howl had to say something, whether it was for Fang Rui's own interests or their plan to sell the player and character together. I'm sure. Since returning from Happy, Fang Rui was completely certain of his decision. What kind of poison did Happy brainwash this guy with to convince him to accept these conditions? Wind Howl, after having their plan messed up, was at a loss as to what to do. But for the sake of the team's image, they had to respect the wishes of the player, especially for an important player like Fang Rui. Wind Howl then planned to negotiate with Happy, but Happy completely rejected their attempts to sell Doubtful Demon, so in the end, Wind Howl could only start putting up a price. In terms of price, this sort of voluntary transfer sale would never go too high. Additionally, Fang Rui was mediating, so Wind Howl didn't expect to make much money from this. After they talked back and forth, they soon decided on a transfer fee of 4 million. After news of the transfer was released, the entire alliance wondered if they had read incorrectly. Fang Rui chose Happy. This was as shocking as when Xiao Shikin chose to transfer to the relegated Excellent Era last season. Were all the All-Stars taking unconventional routes now? But no matter what, the transfer satisfied the rules, so Fang Rui's transfer was quickly approved. Now, Fang Rui was officially a member of Happy. Because there weren't too many issues to be worked out, the transfer was swiftly completed. The media was still in the middle of figuring out which teams were more interested in Fang Rui when the contract was already signed. When the media caught wind of this, Happy was already holding a news conference. Happy didn't yet have a specialized PR department, so the conference was arranged by a PR company they had found to help. After the news released, the various esports media all came without even being invited. It was a full house, and there were endless requests for private interviews. Chen Guo, Yiziu, and Fang Rui were the 3 participants in the press conference, and it was completed as planned. Meanwhile, the rights to an exclusive interview were of course given to the reporter Chang Xian of City H's esports home. Chang Xian was ecstatic. When he had first noticed Happy, he hadn't been thinking about gambling on their growth as a team. He was just a newbie in the industry. How would he have such foresight? He was just doing the ordinary thing, reporting on this grassroots team that had gained some attention. Who would have thought that with this gamble, he had won big? After Happy won the Challenger League Championship, Chang Xian felt how fortunate he was. He could sense his status at esports home rising, and the editor-in-chief spoke with him in person much more often. And now, Fang Rui was transferring to Happy. In the summer transfer window, he had obtained the first major exclusive interview since Excellent Era disbanded. Undoubtedly, this interview would be on the front page of next week's edition of Esports Home. Facing Fang Rui, Chang Xian was slightly apprehensive. He had been with Happy's members for a while now and was familiar with all of them, but that was partly because of their humble beginnings as a team. Chang Xian had never felt too much of a professional atmosphere from them, but Fang Rui was different. Facing an interview, he had the aura of a god. Chang Xian was reminded of when he was just starting out in the industry, and the pressure he felt when he was tagging along with senior reporters to carry their bags. And now he was facing this aura by himself. "God Fang Rui, may we begin?" Fang Rui steadied his emotions. He knew after today he would be facing countless interviews like this. Fang Rui was transferring. This was the first big news. Fang Rui was switching classes. This was the second big news. At the press conference, when they learned that Fang Rui would be playing with Boundless Sea, the entire pro circle went wild. What was the reason? During the press conference, Fang Rui grinned and said, "Because Happy's broke. They can't afford Doubtful Demon, so I could only switch to using Boundless Sea." Who would believe that? The #1 thief and all-star player was treated like this after being bought. Even if Happy was willing to waste talent like that, how could Fang Rui agree to such treatment? Compared to Fang Rui's transfer, his change to Chi Master suddenly became a much more exciting topic of discussion. This is truly an unprecedented decision. If I recall correctly before you, there's never been a top player who chose to change classes like this, one reporter said. "What do you mean?" Yiziu suddenly interjected, dissatisfied. "Didn't I do that too?" Silence. This, how to put it. Even if an unspecialized wasn't a real class, it certainly wasn't the battle mage class that Yiziu had always played. This was indeed a class-changing player, and he was sitting right in front of all of them. How had they missed it? The reporter who had spoken was filled with shame, while the others asked themselves, why hadn't they realized that Yiziu was also a class-changing player? And the more attentive reporters now realized another point. "I remember Happy's Kaio Yifen when he was in Tiny Herb, he was using an assassin, but now he's changed classes to a ghost blade." "You're correct." Yiziu nodded. The reporters glanced at each other. Team Happy actually had 3 class-changing players. Was this Happy's style, some hidden attribute? The purpose of the press conference was primarily to deliver news, so the reporters didn't have much time to ask questions. There was simply no opportunity for them to get to the bottom of this situation. And the one who had obtained the opportunity to do so was Chang Xian with the exclusive interview. He was now rather smug as he asked about the details. "Why did you decide to change classes to Chi Master?" "Because of Happy's invitation." "What kind of invitation was it that could cause you to make such an important decision?" "An extremely sincere invitation." How sincere?" "Very, very sincere. Look at my eyes," Fang Rui said. Chang Xian felt like crying. It was no use. He was still too young, too inexperienced. He had no control over this master of playing dirty. The King's Avatar Chapter 1137-1138 Chapter 1137. Happy the Dark Horse Translator. Namiyami Editor. Namiyami having accepted an exclusive interview, Fang Rui naturally wouldn't call the reporters over and just mess with them. After making his jokes, he answered the questions seriously, from personal to team, and explained his reasons for changing classes. In the following issue of the Esports Home, Chang Xian's exclusive interview naturally made the headlines. This exclusive interview with Fang Rui took the chance to introduce Team Happy's team structure and future plans after the actual interview. This thorough analysis even caught the attention of the pro scene. After reading it, many of the pros suddenly realized that Team Happy's current class combination had many possibilities to it. Just considering Fang Rui's shocking addition, what class was Fang Rui's most familiar partner? A brawler. Coincidentally, there happened to be a brawler in Happy's lineup as well. Even though Fang Rui had switched classes to a Chi Master, this didn't mean his familiarity with working with a brawler would vanish. Then, consider Fang Rui's class switch. The Chi Master had been Yiziu's most reliable ally when he had built Excellent Era's dynasty. After that, the Chi Master had consistently been a core class in Excellent Era's lineup. Yiziu was very familiar with working with Chi Masters, and Suma Cheng wouldn't be alien to it either. In addition, Team Excellent Era's ace had been a battle mage. Coincidentally, Happy also had won. It wasn't hard to imagine that Excellent Era's traditional strategies would all be realized once more in Happy. After this analysis, everyone finally realized how agreeable Fang Rui's arrangement to transfer to Happy was, as well as how the arrival of a Qi master would unite Happy. Now, Fang Rui and his Qi master seemed like Happy's tactical core, connecting all the pro characters. But even if he achieved such an effect, he still wasn't the core of Happy. Who was the core? Even an idiot would know it was Yiziu. And what class was Yiziu? Unspecialized. There was very little high-end research done on this class, so no one was certain what role it played in the team competition. This was the foundation on which Happy was built, but it was also the most mysterious. Though Yiziu and Lord Grimm had appeared quite early on, the people in the pro scene were simply curious. Who would have thought to start researching an unspecialized so soon? But now, Yiziu really did return, bringing his unspecialized and a team that didn't seem weak at all. If there was anyone that still looked down on Happy before, then they had to change their minds after Fang Rui's transfer. Yiziu, Suma Cheng, Fang Rui. This was a team with 3 all-star level players. If this wasn't worthy of careful consideration, then what kind of team was? Naturally, Happy's characters would be a little weaker, their facilities wouldn't be as well established, and their finances would also be a little tighter. However, no one dared underestimate them in a match. With 3 top players, no one would disregard them as a threat. Grassroots. A grassroots team with 3 all-star level players. No one could continue calling them such. Were they a dark horse? Would Happy be a dark horse in this season? Just like last season's Heavenly Swords? No, not even Heavenly Swords was so dark. That was mostly blown out of proportion on purpose. The discussion that arose around them had garnered them more attention from the people. With more attention, there were also higher expectations. Their darkness had been from public opinion. As for Happy, with 3 all-stars, no one dared to say that they weren't a dark horse. All the glory-related forums, all the experts and noobs in the scene, even the pro scene, were discussing what sort of impact Happy might have on this season. Happy had suddenly become much more imposing in comparison to when they had fought in the Challenger League. All this came from Fang Rui's arrival, from Happy's daring in completing such a significant transfer. This was an attitude of the players and of the team. An all-star player held Happy in high regard and joined Happy. Happy dared to spend this money on an all-star character, an all-star player. Happy's goal was the championship title. There weren't many people laughing now. A team with 3 all-stars was a strong team in the eyes of normal players, a team that had a right to fight for the championships. Those who were rational were still considering Happy's flaws from different perspectives, but most people had gotten carried away by their excitement over Fang Rui's transfer. Happy champions. There were people who really did dare yell this sort of slogan. Before now, even Seven Fields and the others, who had been loyal since they had met Yiziu in the 10th server, had been too embarrassed to face Happy's goal of winning the championships. But now, any random glory player could methodically explain how powerful Happy was to you. With this transfer, Happy gained the spotlight once more. That was when the Glory Game Company and the Pro Alliance came knocking. They wanted to begin issuing Team Happy merchandise such as character models, Happy-style accounts, etc. The rights to the creation and sale of these products would given to a third party upon joining the alliance, so they didn't have to worry about finding someone to work with. As for the profit, all teams would gain the same percentage of the revenue generated. There was little that the team actually had to do. They just had to provide their appearance and then do well in competitions, gain popularity, and promote the sales of their merchandise. In the preliminary plans of the Alliance and the Game Company, someone as popular as Suma Cheng wouldn't be missing. Even last season, when she had gone to the Challenger League with the rest of Excellent Era, merchandise regarding her and her dancing reign were still popular. Now that dancing reign had come to happy with Suma Cheng, the two coming together as a package was a good thing for the merchandise company. For example, the hottest merchandise were character models with Dancing Reign's equipment as a launcher and Suma Cheng's actual figure and appearance. In comparison, Chu Yunxiu and Misty Rain were in an awkward situation. The player was a lady but the character was a guy, so they couldn't merge the two together. Thus, in the end, they could only sell Misty Rain's character model. As for the player model, those weren't as popular. Everyone preferred the epic appearance of the character model. No one had noticed this situation at first, but by the time they did, teams like Team Misty Rain were rather depressed. With the high status gained by being in the pro scene and the mutual benefits gained along with the game company, asking to get the character's sex and appearance changed wouldn't do anything to the balance of the game. However, Misty Rain had been a guy for so long. Everyone was used to it already. If they suddenly changed his sex, then their fans probably wouldn't be able to accept that, so Misty Rain could only endure it. But this time, after acknowledging the strength of the twin sisters that Misty Rain had contracted, they decided that they would make sure to not make the same mistake and contacted the game company to change the sex of the two characters while they still had a little influence. Since this change wasn't a game changer, the normal players didn't mind the pro scene having this special benefit. In their eyes, it was a good thing for them to align the sex of the character with the player, especially with two beautiful ladies playing two guys. For Happy, Suma Cheng and Dancing Rain were good to go. Then there was Tang Ru and Soft Mist. With her beauty and grace, she was perfect in the alliance. The game company viewed her as a treasure, finding a talented team to create a model of Soft Mist with Tang Ru's appearance. Then, they just had to hope that Tang Ru would be able to play well and gain fame. After all, this was a competitive scene. For Happy, they had wanted to create 3 different models and account cards. Suma Cheng and Tang Ru were good. Now there was Yiziu, who was an entirely different problem. Originally, their hopes for Yiziu were even higher than Suma Cheng and Tang Ru. This was a top-tier expert that had hidden himself away for all these years. Now that he was willing to show himself, the Alliance and Game Company wanted to take this chance. But when it came to collecting the materials, the Game Company was close to crying. Glory had been designed by them. This, naturally, included the equipment available, and Lord Grimm's mix and match equipment could even cause the Game Company to be lost in wonder. What sort of talent did you have to manage to find such an ugly combination of equips? When designing the game, they naturally wouldn't make ugly equipment. The equipment would be perfect and beautiful or have some sort of uniqueness to it that left a lasting impression. However, why was Lord Grimm's set so uncomfortable to look at? In that moment, the game company had a thought to cheat and modify Lord Grimm's equipment design and make this mix and match a better sight to look at. But it was only a thought. This sort of change would have too big of an effect. Although the design didn't affect the stats and technically wasn't a game changer, if they made the equipment look good on Lord Grimm, what would they do if the equipment looked terrible when someone else wore it? In the end, it was Lord Grimm's abnormal class choice that made his equipment diverge from the beauty of the game. Experts had observed Lord Grimm's current design for a long time, discussed it for a long time, but they all shook their heads in the end and admitted defeat. The Alliance was depressed, the game company was depressed, but they refused to give up on thinking of a way to profit, coming up with another idea. They were going to make a commemorative version of One Autumn Leaf. Yes, that One Autumn Leaf, one with Yiziu's appearance. That would probably make up for many people's disappointment, right? Would it really? Soon enough, someone voiced this doubt. It wouldn't be hard to make this combination right now. Although one autumn leaf already belonged to Samsara, they just had to split some of the profits with Samsara and Happy. The problem was that one autumn leaf simply didn't have Yiziu's appearance, but the model was already very popular. The commemorative version would be simply adding in Yiziu's face. Models were based primarily on the impressive designs of the characters. Adding in the player's appearance was just to show their love. The excellent era One Autumn Leaf had garnered a lot of buyers already and was just lacking Yiziu's face. Would adding his face really make any difference? After careful consideration, they hesitated. After all, as players of this competitive scene, their value never lay in their faces. Why was this Yiziu always so troublesome? The Pro Alliance and Glory Game Company felt like they were going to cry. Chapter 1138. Keep Our Spots and Become the Champion's Translator. Namiyami Editor. Namiyami Happy was becoming more and more prosperous by the day. The season hadn't started yet, but the transfers, both accounts and players, were eye-catching enough already. The Pro Alliance and the Glory Game Company were even more worried than happy. Let alone new rising teams in the Alliance, most teams didn't get such treatment. No team was willing to lag behind Happy. Everyone was doing their best to find ways to improve. Team Wind Howl, who had been the backdrop behind Fang Rui's transfer, was currently having a headache about what to do with Doubtful Demon. Team Wind Howl displayed quite the benevolence towards Fang Rui's transfer. Even though they would rather offer him as a package with Doubtful Demon, in the end, they didn't make things difficult for Fang Rui if he wanted to leave alone and let it pass. But as a result, dealing with Doubtful Demon became much more complicated. They no longer had a thief player. Doubtful Demon clearly needed to be sold. If not, leaving him there in the team but not using him was just waiting for it to depreciate. Understanding this point, the crafty teams in the Alliance wouldn't be impatient to act. They were planning on patiently waiting. When the time came, they would go and negotiate with a lower price. For a moment, it was as if no one wanted Doubtful Demon. Just when the teams were patiently waiting for the right moment, the sudden news of another transfer disrupted their plan. Team Blue Rain's Lin Feng had been transferred to Team Wind Howl for 3.2 million. The Glory Circle was completely stunned. From the price of 3.2 million, it could be seen that Lin Feng wasn't a top-tier player, but he was a thief player. Team Wind Howl sent away Fang Rui and decided to abandon the thief's dirty playing style. Suddenly, they invited Lin Feng. What were they doing? Could it be that they wanted to raise Doubtful Demon's price, so they intentionally mystified the situation? Quite a few people thought of this possibility, but they also felt it was too ridiculous to believe. But not long afterwards, several skillful people analyzed the background behind this transfer. It was true that thieves were very suitable for playing dirty, but that didn't mean that was the only style they could play. As for Wind Howl, they may have given up on dirty play, but that didn't mean that they had given up on thieves. As a result, the master of playing dirty, Fang Rui, may have left, but it was ambiguous if the thief, Doubtful Demon, would leave. When Wind Howl saw that selling Doubtful Demon wasn't going well, they gave their answer. Doubtful Demon would not be leaving. Because of Lin Feng. Lin Feng was a substitute on Team Blue Rain. He had a few opportunities to appear on stage, but his position wasn't as stable as the core members. Even so, he had his own style. His thief didn't play dirty. Team Blue Rain wasn't suited for playing dirty. As a result, he grabbed the attention of Team Wind Howl. The dirty Doubtful Demon was gone. A new Doubtful Demon had risen. In the press conference for Lin Feng's addition to the team, it wasn't hard to see Team Wind Howl's hopes for the new Doubtful Demon. Up until now, Team Wind Howl's lineup for the new season seemed to have surfaced. After 2 summers, this team had replaced their criminal partners. Their brawler and thief were still there, but their players were different. It would be hard to say if the old criminal air around the team would appear again. After Lin Feng transferred, another mid-level transfer came out. Lu Yining, Team Misty Rain's sharpshooter, the best sixth player. The sixth player was oftentimes the main sub in the team competition. The sixth player would sometimes be the person that would turn the situation around. However, at other times, the sixth player wouldn't appear on stage because their team's main 5 players smoothly defeated the opponents without the need for a sixth player. In any case, he was a skilled player. Lu Yining's transfer price of 4.6 million proved this point. In the end, Lu Yining transferred to Team Thunderclap. It was hard not to pay attention to this team. Team Thunderclap had been hard-pressed money for many years. Over their many years of existence, their biggest transfer was to get back their former core character, Life Extinguisher, from Excellent Era. It truly made people speechless. A 4.6 million transfer might not mean too much to some of the powerhouses, but for Team Thunderclap, it was no small sum of money. It looked like this team had quite the ambition this new season. Was it because of Xiao Shikin's and Life Extinguisher's return? Had Xiao Shikin found new growth from Excellent Era's defeat? Misty Rain sold their sharpshooter player entirely for the beautiful sisters Shu Qi and Shu Kexin to take position. They obviously didn't need to find any replacements. Adjustments had been made to the beautiful sisters' characters, which had been displayed last season. It looked like the new season would be their time to shine. Apart from that, various teams had a few transfers to fix up some minor patches. There were a few retirements and a few rookies selected for promotion. Overall, besides the huge changes from Excellent Era's disbandment, Fang Rui was the only core player to transfer. The other teams followed their usual path and firmly walked along it. Doubt. Wavering. Each year had 2 transfer windows. In reality, these windows were for teams to patch these up. Perhaps an issue popped up during the course of the season, but by the time the transfer window ended, the majority of teams would fix these and start walking again. They might be going at different paces, but every team was advancing forward. 2 months passed by in a flash. On 9/1, the transfer window closed. It also happened to be Monday, so the esports home gave a summary of this summer's transfers. There wasn't anything extremely shocking, but every team was moving towards a more steady direction. The transfer window had closed and the new season was about to begin. Each team began announcing their goals. The powerhouses naturally talked about winning the championships. They had the confidence and the strength to back their words. The vast majority of teams could only aim for the playoffs as their goal. They felt too embarrassed to claim that they would become the champions. As for the bottom-tier teams, their goal was to keep their spots. Even though not much attention was paid to them, they definitely had to achieve it. As for Happy, keep our spot and become the champions, Yiziu posted on his Weibo. The following 2 comments were 2 orderly pair of ellipses. For a moment, everyone was speechless. They had heard of the saying, with seconds secured, strive for first, but keep our spot and become the champions. The 2 goals spoken were like the difference between heaven and earth. How could you say that? As soon as Yiziu posted this Weibo, the players on the weak teams started livening up. Haha, then our goal will also be to keep our spots and become the champions. Team Heavenly Swords Lu Guaning was the team's boss, captain, and core player. Even if he didn't have any spectacular achievements, he was already destined to be a legend in the history of glory. He suddenly changed his Team Heavenly Swords goal. Soon afterwards, Parade and Radiant also changed their goals for fun. Seconded +1, keep our spots and become the champions. This slogan suddenly became the most popular slogan this new season. The powerhouses wanted to cry. Striving to become the champions was supposed to be a grandiose and magnificent goal. With all these people inappropriately making a mess out of things, their goals no longer gave off the same feeling. In reality, The teams truly aiming to keep their spots didn't have the heart to joke around. Parade and Radiant shouldn't have much trouble keeping their spots, but they also didn't have much hope for making it to the playoffs. They were the kind that lacked pressure but also lacked motivation, so they could happily joke around. But according to one person, while these later teams might just be joking, was happy joking. Placing the two extremely disparate goals of keeping their spots and being the champions together might be a sign of the uneasiness in the depths of their heart. Yeah, even I can't tell if Happy is strong or weak, it's too scary. Yiziu unexpectedly replied to this person. Ah, God, Yiqiu has noticed me, he replied back. This person suddenly dissolved. He was a Yiziu fan in the end. FCK, this Weibo commenter is pathetic. Commenter, stand up. Commenter, what happened? There were a few who cared about the question of Happy's strength. I think we'll know the answer soon. The Pro Alliance's official Weibo actually gave a reply. At the same time, the official Weibo released the new season's schedule for the first match. The Samsara vs. Happy match was highlighted. Team Samsara, last season's champions. As per convention, the reigning champions would be arranged to play a newly joined team to show the disparity between them. And this newly joined team would be the one invited into the alliance. However, that was just an unwritten tradition, not an established rule. As a result, this season, the reigning champions would be facing Happy, the team that had advanced their way through the Challenger League. Team Miracle felt like crying. Truthfully speaking, the invited teams would usually be favored more than the Challenger League team because the teams that came from the Challenger League were usually the ones relegated from the previous seasons and then revived. Those teams weren't fresh at all. Only these invited teams would be truly new teams. However, Happy was an exception this time. They became the first truly new team that had successfully made their way through the Challenger League. Thus, it was a tragedy for the invited team this time. How could the attention towards them be higher than the attention towards Happy? In the end, the opportunity to have the first match with the reigning champions was given to Happy. Team Miracle wasn't so delusional to think that they could make a name for themselves by beating the reigning champions. However, it had always been a form of care from the alliance towards the new team. It looked like the love was being given to Happy, though. It was as if Team Miracle was stuck in their stepmother's home. Even more unfortunate for them was that Team Miracle mainly consisted of Team Excellent Era's old players. Being reduced to a new team and being beaten by Happy were not without a relationship. How could they not be having complicated feelings towards them? Samsara vs. Happy might be the alliance's most hyped welcoming match for a new team. How would this match turn out? From the pro circle to the player circle to the media to the masses, the discussion lasted for days up until 9/5 when the first match took place. The result: Team Samsara swept Team Happy with a clean 10-0. The King's Avatar Chapter 1139. Chapter 1139. Feeling a little rusty translator. Namyumi editor. Namyumi 10-0. A clean sweep. There was no outcome more tragic than this. The ones who disliked Happy were overjoyed. The ones who supported Happy felt worried. The harsher ones had already started trashing Happy. Keep our spot and become the champions. Haha, good luck on the first half of that. In reality, the newly joined team getting swept by the reigning champions was a common occurrence. Last season, Team Heavenly Swords had also been hyped up, but they returned with Big Zero as well. Of course, the hype towards Team Heavenly Swords and Team Happy were very different. In countless people's eyes, Happy wasn't a weak team. A team with 3 all-stars was enough to qualify them to compete against any team in the alliance. However, they were swept clean just like any other new team. It was truly too surprising. In the post-match press conference, the reporters had gathered, but the main guests hadn't arrived yet. The reporters had been quietly discussing this topic for quite a while now. This opening match usually wasn't given much attention. After all, It was a match between a strong team and a weak team. But this time, because of Happy, everyone thought it would be a match worth seeing. No one would have imagined that it would be no different than the opening matches of the past. Finally, Happy's players arrived at the press conference under the guidance of the staff. According to the Alliance's rules, at least 3 players needed to attend the post-match press conference. They could come together or separately. It didn't matter. 4 players from Happy came out: Yiziu, Su Macheng, Fang Rui, Steamed Bun. The 3 all-stars had appeared. The reporters felt pleased but not satisfied. Everyone in Happy was a huge topic for discussion. The reporters hated how they couldn't have every member of Happy reply to their questions. Where's Team Blue Rain's former captain, a grandpa nearly 30, Wei Chen? Where's the beautiful rookie Tang Ru? Where's the player who came from a champion team and changed classes, Kaio Yifen? Where's the punk who wasn't all that skilled yet dared to play the #1 most difficult class, a summoner? Where was that infamous scrap picker from the heavenly domain? Where was that cleric who held an important position but was somewhat lacking? Get over here. Only then would their cravings be satisfied. There was no hope now, though. When the 4 appeared, the reporters carefully read their expressions. They wanted to see how they were affected by this disastrous loss. However, all they saw were 4 calm and composed faces. Even Steamed Bun, this new rookie, was unperturbed. Speaking of which, this person had only participated for a brief moment in the final Challenger League press conference. No, he had cultivated such a professional aura that fast. In the blink of an eye, Happy's 4 players took their seats. The press conference began. Numerous reporters raised their hands. Yiziu picked a random one. The person picked asked what everyone wanted to know. "What are your thoughts on being swept in your opening match?" the reporter asked. "I'm very calm, but you guys don't seem to be. It's a commonly seen outcome. What's there to panic about?" Yiziu asked back. "Panic? We're not panicking. We're just excited about this subject, okay?" The reporters silently criticized. The reporter that had been picked was stumped by this response, though. The others could ridicule Yiziu in their minds all they wanted, but it wasn't convenient for him to say, "We were just excited because you guys got swept." He could only open his mouth and reply with an "ah." In the past, new teams being swept by the reigning champions was a common occurrence. No, our Happy has always stayed low profile, so of course it turned out the same as everyone else, Yiziu said. I don't think there's ever been a new team that claimed that they would become the champions. You call that low profile? In the end, someone wasn't able to resist and stood up to fire back. "You guys don't understand," Yiziu said. "When Team Heavenly Swords joined the Alliance, they had originally wanted to become the champions too, but it was because of my advice that they stayed low profile. In the end, they didn't claim they would become the champions." This reply could be considered a mini-scoop. The reporters at the scene quickly passed this news on to their colleagues on the other side. Coincidentally, the other side was the post-match press conference for Heavenly Swords match. Team Heavenly Swords just happened to be sitting on stage too. The reporters who received this information were jumping with joy. Nothing noteworthy had happened and this press conference was about to end. Suddenly, everyone raised their hands in unison and waved it towards the front. This sudden commotion frightened Lu Guaning. Did he say something wrong? For a moment, Lu Guaning didn't dare call on a reporter and immediately recalled what he had just said. But after confirming several times that he had said nothing wrong, he very carefully picked a reporter at the front. This reporter was excited. He was talking before he even stood up. In Team Happy's press conference, God Yiziu revealed that Team Heavenly Sword's goal last season had been to become the champions too. It was only because of his advice that you didn't. Is this true? This reporter was even having trouble finding the right words. Lu Guaning suddenly started to sweat. It got exposed, become the champions. Heavenly Swords could only say it was a joke. If they actually said it was real, wouldn't they become the jokes? It's just a joke. That was only a joke, Lu Guaning immediately said. Really? Then, when Heavenly Swords claimed that their goal would be to keep their spot and become the champions, could this be your ambitions showing? The reporter asked. Every pro player has this kind of ambition, no. Lu Guaning regained his composure and started speaking confidently. It was just a small leak. How could he be stumped by something like this? At Happy's press conference, Yiziu was currently talking. Speaking of which, hasn't the Alliance always arranged the other new team to challenge the champions? Why did they suddenly arrange for us to challenge the champions? This sudden change really caught us off guard. We thought we'd be playing against those old devils' tyranny. Old devils? Aren't you one too? The reporters were sullen. They really wanted to fire back. However, what they wanted to say wasn't suitable for a place like a press conference. For the first time, the reporters felt like they were the disadvantaged group and could only watch as Yiziu rambled on freely. They really wanted to interrupt, but it wouldn't be good to, so they could only stifle their frustration. So you're saying it's the Alliance's arrangements that led to Happy not performing ideally this round? The reporters could only word it in this way. I never said that. Yiziu continued to evade the question. Then, what are your thoughts on your own individual performance this match? A reporter asked. In the previous match, Yiziu first came out in the group arena as their third player. He went up against Samsara's third player, Zhou Zekai, but lost. Afterwards, in the team competition, Samsara attacked even more ferociously. Happy wasn't able to hang on for very long. If you only took a look at Yiziu's performance, it wasn't too bad. He didn't make any terrible mistakes, but there also weren't any particularly bright spots either. It's been too long since I've played a pro match. I was feeling a bit rusty, Yiziu replied. What were they supposed to say? It was true that not competing in high-level league would have an impact on his condition, but he seemed quite fierce when he fought against excellent Era. Was that a good reason? The reporters were doubtful. Their gazes shifted to Sima Cheng. Just when they were about to ask, she took the initiative to speak up. It's been too long since I've played a pro match. I was feeling a bit rusty. Sima Cheng had faced Samsara's vice-captain Jiang Bado but lost. A copy and paste. The reporters fumed. But the problem was that Sima Cheng had been relegated along with excellent Era for a year. She hadn't played in a high-level league either. After serious consideration, Happy's reasoning held up. Their gazes shifted again. I haven't played a Chi Master in a long time. I was feeling a bit rusty, Fang Rui said. Okay, even though it was another copy-paste answer, it was definitely a legitimate reason. He transferred in the last third of June and switched to a Chi Master. It had only been a month since then. It was normal for him to not do too well in his first match with a new class. Fang Rui was the second player for the group arena. Samsara's Sun Xiang had been the first to come out. After Sun Xiang beat Happy's Tang Ru, he nearly completed a 1v2 and almost beat Fang Rui too. In the end, even though Fang Rui won, it didn't take long for him to lose the second round. He practically left two players for Yiziu, and one of those was Zhou Zekai. Good joke. On the other hand, look at how sincere I am, Fang Rui said to Yiziu after leaving the stage and was met with a kick. The reporters received 3. I was feeling a bit rusty. Afterwards, they looked towards Happy's fourth player, Steamed Bun. He came out in the individual competition, but lost to Samsara's all-star grappler, Lu Boyuan. Steamed Bun had given quite a few frights to the enemy. For a new player, this loss could be considered as an honorable one. He could completely feel satisfied with his performance today. However, Steamed Bun looked at everyone and then immediately copied the previous 3's responses. I've never played in a pro match before. I was feeling a bit rusty. Fuck, what was that supposed to mean? Are you saying that if you weren't feeling rusty, you would have beaten Lu Boyuan? The others might have been away from the pro scene for too long or switched classes, so feeling rusty was possible, but you're a genuine rookie. What do you mean rusty? You can't be rusty in the first place. Fuck. The reporters could only restrain their desire to curse at them. What an uncomfortable feeling. A few people had even left the venue with their hands against their hips. Those guys had probably left out of anger. What are your thoughts on Happy's future this season? A reporter was determined to keep asking questions. Keep our spot and become the champions, Yiziu said earnestly. Become the champions, Su Mucheng said. What else did I come here for? Fang Rui said. What happened to keeping our spot? We don't need it anymore. Steamed Bun saw that his two seniors had gotten rid of the keep our spot part and felt discontent. Becoming the champions implies that we'll have kept our spot, Fang Rui lectured Steamed Bun. Oh, that makes sense, Steamed Bun sighed. They couldn't take it any longer. The reporters felt defeated. They had at least found two things from this interview, though. This sweep hadn't damaged Happy's morale. What's more, Fang Rui seemed to be meshing together well with Happy. At least personality-wise, the King's Avatar Chapter 1140 1141 Chapter 1140. First Round Translator. Namyumi Editor. Namyumi Happy may have been swept by Samsara, but they won versus the press conference reporters. After routing the reporters, the four left the stage in high spirits. When they left through the passageway for the players, they just happened to bump into Samsara, who would be participating in the next part of the press conference. Zhou Zekai, Jiang Batao, Sun Xiang. For the opening round and a good beginning, Samsara hadn't held back and had sent out their three all-stars. Even though Sun Xiang's year at Excellent Era had been a devastating failure, he was still young and people still looked highly upon his future. From this match, it could be seen that Sun Xiang was meshing well with Samsara. There was no point talking about the individual competition, but in the team competition, he had done a great job assuming the responsibilities of an attacker. One autumn leaf in the front, cloud piercer in the back. The duo tore apart Happy's formation as if everyone in Happy was a dead branch. It was easy to foresee that this wouldn't be the only time the duo would go on a rampage. This duo would certainly become a nightmare in the entire alliance for a long time. Many reporters were already describing them in this way. Senior. After bumping into Happy in the passageway, Samsara's Jiang Batao gave a polite greeting to Yiziu. The winners would often console the losers. It seemed like Jiang Batao wanted to do the same. I'm glad to see how outstanding the younger generation is, Yiziu sighed. Sun Xiang rolled his eyes. Because of this person, he had been put into a difficult situation. However, he had gained a lot of experience from these failures. But if it had to be said that he felt gratitude for Yiziu beating him, Sun Xiang wasn't so sweet. He still wanted to ruthlessly crush him. In today's match, he had gone all out and Samsara had achieved a perfect victory. However, in his heart, he didn't feel like he had beaten Yiziu. Was it because it wasn't a direct confrontation? Sun Xiang was somewhat puzzled. Before anyone in Samsara could reply, Fang Rui nodded his head. Yes, I'm glad too. Zhou Zekai stared at Fang Rui but didn't say anything. Haha, aren't you and little Zhou both from the same generation? Jiang Batao laughed. Really, who told him to always be so quiet? I forgot. Fang Rui said. Pro players should speak with their play, Jiang Batao said. Okay, I'll give a good talk with you guys next time. Fang Rui said. See you next time. See you next time. The two sides departed after a brief exchange. Samsara's press conference went more like how an opening round press conference should go. Most of the discussion was focused on their goals for the new season. Their new player Sun Xiang was given a lot of attention and was asked about his thoughts on Samsara and how he was fitting in with the team. The four passed through the player passageway and returned to the guest team's lounge at Samsara's stadium. They didn't take a moment to sit down and take a break. They pushed open the door and called out to the others inside. Let's go. Happy left Samsara's stadium and returned to City H with their 0 points. Saying that they didn't care at all about their 0 points obviously wasn't possible. On the plane, Chen Guo was just sitting and she wasn't feeling comfortable. She looked at Suma Cheng, who was seated next to her, and wanted to chat, but then she saw that Suma Cheng was looking at the tablet in Yiziu's hands. "What's he watching?" Chen Guo asked curiously. "The VOD for the match that just ended," Suma Cheng said. Oh, Chen Guo didn't say anything more. Happy wasn't the only one playing their first match. Happy was already on their way back home. The matches going on in the other stadiums had already ended as well. Team Miracle, the other new team alongside Team Happy, hadn't received the champion sweep. Instead, they had been swept by Team Tyranny. Truthfully speaking, Team Miracle wasn't that bad. They had joined when Team Excellent Era disbanded. Seizing this opportunity, they had fished up quite a few things, including 3 of Team Excellent Era's players. In terms of their players, Team Miracle was actually superior to last season's Team Heavenly Swords. Unfortunately, apart from some leftovers from Team Excellent Era, Team Miracle didn't bring anything fresh to the alliance, so the attention received was less than that of last year's Team Heavenly Swords. Speaking of Team Heavenly Swords, their announcement that Sun Yiping would be returning and joining their team had led to a heated discussion. After all, the last time they checked, Sun Yiping had been with Happy in the Challenger League. Everyone thought that he would return along with Happy. Who would have thought that he would turn around and run to Team Heavenly Swords? For Heavenly Swords' opening match, they happened to be matched with 100 Blossoms. First, it was Zhang Jiao. Then, it was Sun Yiping. 100 Blossoms' 2 kings had retired then returned, but neither of them chose to go back to their team. When Zhang Jiao returned, the fans cried and cursed, unable to understand and accept it. As for Sun Yiping, when he had fought with Happy in the Challenger League, people had foreseen this development. However, Sun Yiping had been away from the scene for a long time now. The sentiment towards him had lessened drastically. What's more, when he returned, he had been in the Challenger League, so everyone felt like he wasn't being too serious about it and was just having some fun. On the other hand, Zhang Jiao had returned and joined Tyranny. It was obvious that he had gone over because of their fame. In comparison, Sun Yiping's return truly didn't set off any big waves. There was still some noise, though. The reporters also knew that this could be considered a noteworthy topic. As a result, in the press conference, someone tossed out this question. Sun Yiping's return didn't unfold as magnificently as Zhang Jiao's, but Sun Yiping himself was a lot fiercer than Zhang Jiao. When he was asked, "Why did you choose Heavenly Swords and not 100 Blossoms?" his reply was just 3 words: "I wanted to." Everything there was to know about Sun Yiping's situation had pretty much been uncovered when he had been with Happy. Everyone already knew that his hand injury wasn't fully healed. He could play, but he couldn't play for long. He was incapable of becoming a pro team's main force. Thus, many smart people had already guessed why Sun Yiping chose to go to Heavenly Swords. He clearly had an appropriate reason that everyone could understand, but instead, he gave this 3-word reply. "I wanted to" indicated that he wasn't going to give an explanation. This was just how Sun Yiping was. His hand injury meant that he could never become a true pro player again, but he himself hadn't changed. In the match between 100 Blossoms and Heavenly Swords, 100 Blossoms won 8-2. Heavenly Swords had won 2 points in the individual competition, one of which had been gotten by Sun Yiping. Many people felt it was regrettable. It had been many years since he had left the pro scene, yet even with an injury, he could still perform to such a level. If he hadn't gotten his injury, what status would Sun Yiping have in the current pro scene? Unfortunately, there were no ifs in this world. Apart from that, the opening round had 7 other matches. There weren't too many particularly noteworthy confrontations. This was also how the Pro Alliance always arranged the league schedule. It was the opening round. Satisfying the fans' curiosity towards the team's adjustments during the summer was enough. They didn't need to set up anything special. 7 matches. Team Blue Rain beat Team Bright Green 9-1. Team Tiny Herb swept Team Lightly 10-1. Team Wind Howl beat Team Conquering Clouds 9-1. Team Misty Rain beat Team Seaside 8-2. Team Void barely beat Team 301 6-4. Team Thunderclap beat Team Parade 7-3. Team Royal Style beat Team Radiant 7-3. There were no surprises. The teams that should have won won. The teams that should have lost lost. Although, in regards to the competitive format with everyone vying for points, there wasn't technically a win or lose. However, out of habit, everyone still considered the team with more points as the winner and the other team as the loser for every match. From this first round, the placings were currently Tyranny, Samsara, and Tiny Herb tied for first with 10 points. Wind Howl and Blue Rain tied for fourth with 9 points. Misty Rain at sixth with 8 points. Royal Style and Thunderclap tied for seventh with 7 points. In last were obviously the three teams that hadn't won a single point: Happy, Miracle, and Lightly. Team Lightly was a mid-tier team in the alliance, neither good nor bad and rather invisible. Author's note: yes, very invisible. It wasn't until I officially started writing about the Pro League did I realize that there was still one team missing out of 20. And thus, Team Lightly was born. If they matched against a powerhouse, losing badly was nothing surprising. As for Happy and Miracle, the alliance's tradition continued. Who had these two face against the finalists last season? These three teams all had 0 points, but Happy was thrown to the bottom. Unfortunately, placings were done by points and then by reverse alphabetical order. Happy started with the letter H, which came before Miracle's M and Lightly's L. Season 10's opening round ended with these results. It was hard to predict how this season would go based on these results, though. It was just that Happy, the team that had been hyped, was swept by Samsara, so Happy was once again an unfathomable mystery. Was Happy a good team or a bad team? The media was discussing this question. The players were discussing this question, but all of them were simply outsiders in the scene. The ones with the headache were the Alliance's teams. They were the ones who needed to rack their brains to figure out how they should be looking at Happy. Each team found something from the VOD of Happy versus Samsara. This information was too precious. In general, there were practically no recordings of Happy against high skill level. Only last year's match versus Happy could be considered as one. As soon as they started studying Happy, all of the teams realized that there were many things needed to be studied. Not only did Happy have a bunch of rookies, even among the 3 old veterans, they were only sort of familiar with Suma Cheng. The other 2 had switched classes. Since they had started again from scratch, it meant that the teams needed to start up their research on them from scratch too. It was a bit better for Fang Rui. There were footsteps to follow. However, Yiziu made them feel nauseated. Unspecialized. Everyone knew what an unspecialized was. They knew the theory behind one and could train one too. But the problem was that they didn't have a myriad manifestations umbrella. An unspecialized without the myriad manifestations umbrella was completely different from an unspecialized with one. They had no way of testing an unspecialized themselves, nor could they imitate one. Their only source of information was from match VODs. There were really only 2 matches significant enough to watch, though, so they could only watch these over and over again. Yiziu was clearly someone that everyone was incomparably familiar with, but he was a completely mystery right now. This sort of feeling didn't feel good at all. You bastard. You've already retired, so why'd you have to return? If you're going to return, why'd you switch classes? If you're going to switch classes, why'd you have to choose an unspecialized? If you're going to choose an unspecialized, why'd you have to have an exclusive weapon? Namiyami, the original, was alphabetical order, which made sense in Chinese. Chinese letter, Zinx and Happy. Chinese letter, Shenhua Miracle. Chinese letter, Kinkai Lightly. So happy would have been last since happy starts with an X in Chinese. I changed it around to make it work in English.